You're not crazy for sensing that your reality reacts to your thoughts, your feelings, your words, but you've been operating without the manual. Every book on manifestation, every affirmation ritual, every positive thinking trend scratches the surface but never teaches you the mechanics. The real system, the blueprint behind how reality listens and responds. You've probably asked yourself, why does it feel like some people think something and it happens instantly, while others grind through vision boards, journaling, and meditation for months and see nothing change? What's the difference? The answer isn't in how much they want it, or how spiritual they are. It's in the syntax. Syntax is not just grammar. It's not about structure for the sake of communication between people. This is something deeper. This is about the dimensional syntax, the vibrational, symbolic, and emotional code that the universe itself responds to. Because yes, the universe responds. It's not random. It's not passive. And it's definitely not judging. It's responding to what you're broadcasting in every moment, not through your words, but through the syntax of your being. This isn't just a philosophy. It's not a belief system. This is a real, repeatable language, one that exists beneath thought, beneath emotion, and beneath matter itself. And today, you're going to learn it. Over the course of this master series, we're not theorizing. We are mapping how you speak to reality, energetically, emotionally, symbolically, and how it speaks back to you. You'll learn why your life looks the way it does. You'll discover why certain changes have felt impossible to achieve. You'll see how even your name, your breath, your posture, your past, and your silence are all coding instructions that are heard by the quantum field every single second. But here's the most important thing. Nothing is locked. Everything is writable. Your life is not fixed. Your outcomes are not permanent. And your story isn't fate. It's just old syntax, repeating. Once you learn the mechanics, you can speak fluently. You can recode. You can shift timelines. This is not some poetic metaphor. This is literal. Your thoughts, feelings, and symbols are inputs. The world around you, outputs. The problem is no one taught you to write the code. Until now, over the next chapters, you'll experience a complete transformation in the way you think about energy, manifestation, communication, and consciousness. We're not asking you to believe anything. We're showing you how the system works and how to speak in the language the universe was built to understand. And first, we go to the foundation, the hidden code behind reality. Let's stop calling it magic. Let's stop pretending it's mysterious or ethereal or out of reach. The most shocking truth about reality is that it's not guessing. It's not trying to interpret your wishes or decode your dreams or read between the lines. It's receiving instructions from you constantly. You are not hoping for reality to align with your intentions. You're already generating a field of instructions through a very specific architecture. And here's the part that most teachings never explain. That architecture is structured. It's mechanical. It's a language. This language has rules. It has structure. It has syntax. And every single person on this planet is already speaking it, whether they're conscious of it or not. Now you might be wondering, if I'm already speaking it, why don't I see the outcomes I want? Because you weren't taught the rules. You weren't taught what the universe actually hears. We've been conditioned to think that words are our primary tools of manifestation. That if we just say the right things, repeat them often enough, the universe will reward us. But here's the disruptive truth. The quantum field does not speak English, Spanish, or any human language. It speaks structure. It speaks frequency. It speaks syntax. It listens to the emotional resonance of your thoughts. It responds to the symbolic density of your inner visuals. It organizes your external world according to the syntax quality of your energy. Most people's signals are scrambled. They think one thing, feel another, visualize something else entirely, and then wonder why nothing happens. Or worse, why the opposite happens. It's not that the universe is ignoring you. It's that the instructions you're sending are incomplete or contradictory. And here's where this gets truly revolutionary. Every belief you hold, every assumption you walk around with, every energetic imprint you've carried from childhood is active code. It's not a memory. It's not in the past. the still transmitting. If you're still carrying the syntax of, I'm not enough, or life is hard, or money is dangerous, you are not expressing those as opinions, you're issuing those as programming instructions. So reality, being incredibly literal, organizes itself to match those instructions. You see, you were never just observing reality. You've been coding it all along. Let's pause on that. Every single day, through thousands of microsignals, emotional flashes, thought loops, reactions, internal phrases, and energetic charges, you are issuing syntax. That syntax is received. It's matched. Then, it's rendered into form. Most people look at their life circumstances and assume they are the result of external events, luck, or even karma. But in truth, the world you see around you right now is not a reflection of your goals or dreams. It's a reflection of your syntax history. The field is loyal to the input. Always. The quality of your relationships, the flow of your income, the state of your body, these are all expressions of your current energetic code. Not punishment, not judgment, just syntax, rendered. This brings us to the most powerful realization you can have as a conscious being. You are the source of the command line, and you've had the keyboard all along. But to truly reclaim this power, you have to stop broadcasting noise and start communicating clearly. You must become syntactically intentional. So how does this work in practical terms? Let's strip this back to the elements. Reality interprets your command stream through a trinity of components. Energy, the vibrational tone of your being. Not just mood, not emotion alone, but the frequency bandwidth your body, mind, and field are calibrated to. Symbol, the imagery and archetypal patterns present in your mind and heart. These aren't just visuals, they're energetic maps that the field uses to blueprint outcomes. Emotion, the magnetic amplifier that charges the entire signal. Not positive or negative, but intensity and authenticity. These three make up the dimensional syntax. This is how you issue commands to the quantum. Words may contain symbols. They may express emotion. They may carry tone. But unless all three components are coherent and aligned, the output will be distorted or null. Here's an example. Someone affirms, I am wealthy, but they feel tight in their chest. They think of unpaid bills. They hold a subconscious image of poverty, passed down from childhood. The syntax being received, not wealth. The dominant command is, I don't believe I'm wealthy. I'm afraid. I'm unworthy. And the universe responds not to the sentence but to the actual signal. This is why affirmations often don't work. This is why vision boards sometimes don't manifest. And this is why repeating intentions without recalibrating the underlying syntax is like writing beautiful code in a broken programming language. The output fails. So the first step to mastery is not adding new affirmations. It's not scripting. It's not chasing a high vibe. It's becoming aware of the syntax you're already broadcasting. This means paying close attention to your internal dialogue when no one is listening, your emotional baseline across the day, the symbols that arise in your imagination and dreams, the physical sensations that accompany your thoughts, the background tone of your assumptions about reality. Every one of these is syntax. They are not passive. They are not abstract. They are code, actively shaping your external world. And here's the beautiful part. Once you learn to read your own syntax, you can begin to edit it. Not by faking new thoughts, not by overriding your feelings, but by working with the system at the level it actually operates. This means learning the true nature of energy, understanding what the field responds to, and building from the inside out, not through repetition but through alignment. Because the truth is, you're not just a thinker. You're a broadcaster, a transmitter, a field generator. The field isn't out there. It's reading you, and it's ready to respond. Next, we're going even deeper. Now that you understand reality isn't random, and that every moment you are issuing instructions through dimensional syntax, we're going to break down the first of the three core components: energy. More specifically, we'll explore how energy isn't vague, spiritual fluff, but actual coding. Precise, mechanical, readable, and why most people's manifestations fail not because they lack faith, but because they send mixed, low-fidelity signals that the quantum simply can't translate. Let's make your energy speak in clear, powerful commands. We need to cut through the noise right now, because energy is one of the most misunderstood words in modern spirituality and personal development. People use it like it's this mystical fog, this vague feeling thing. They say, protect your energy, shift your energy, high vibes only. But almost no one explains what energy actually is or how it functions in real, practical, reality-building terms. Let's be absolutely clear. Energy is code, not metaphorically, literally. Energy is the instructional signal your body, your thoughts, your emotions, and your field emit to the quantum. It is the transmission layer of dimensional syntax, the first pillar, the translator between inner state and outer result. When you walk into a room and something feels off, what you're detecting isn't just emotion. You're sensing a coded vibrational field, an energetic structure that contains information. It works both ways. You're not only interpreting energy, you're broadcasting it constantly. This is where most people get stuck. They think energy is simply how I feel today, but it's more than momentary emotion. Energy is your ongoing vibrational signature, formed by your beliefs, your patterns, your physical posture, your tone of voice, your breath, your history. It's not fluffy. It's not aesthetic. It's not a mood. It's command syntax. And just like sloppy code creates bugs in software, sloppy energy creates glitches in reality. If you say, I want abundance, but your energy is contracted, fearful, and scarce, the quantum doesn't see the sentence. It sees the energy and fulfills it, accurately, mercilessly, without exception, because energy has precedence over thought. Energy doesn't lie, can't. It's the raw, unfiltered instruction that your nervous system, subconscious, and electromagnetic field generate, based on what's true for you right now, regardless of what your mouth is saying. So here's the question you should be asking. What's my energy actually commanding? Is it clarity or confusion? Trust or hesitation? Wholeness or fragmentation? You might think you're affirming success. But if your body is tight, your gut is anxious, and your internal state is humming on fear, then your energetic output is broadcasting insecurity, urgency, and lack. And that becomes the command. Energy doesn't ask for what you want. It declares what you are. So if you want to change what the universe is responding to, you don't just change your thoughts, you change your energetic composition. And to do that, you need to understand how energy is structured. Let's break it down. There are 3 key layers to the energy syntax you emit. 1. Baseline vibration. This is your default energetic frequency, what your field calibrates to when you're not trying. It's formed over time. It's shaped by long-held beliefs, environmental conditioning, emotional memory, and cellular patterns. It's not what you do for 5 minutes in the morning. It's what you're being 23 hours a day. When your baseline is rooted in safety, clarity, and openness, your field begins to transmit coherent signals that are easier for the quantum to read. This is where manifestation becomes automatic. But when your baseline is dominated by stress, doubt, and contraction, your energy becomes noisy, static-filled, difficult to translate. Results become erratic. This is why state is more important than effort. People burn themselves out trying to visualize and manifest with their minds, while their baseline energy is stuck in the vibration of fear. It's not effort that makes reality respond. It's coherence. 2. Momentary resonance. This is the dynamic part of your field, how your energy responds to specific triggers, thoughts, or interactions. Even if your baseline is high, you can temporarily collapse into lower resonance through fear, judgment, comparison, or internal criticism. This layer of your energy acts like a modifier. It either amplifies or suppresses your baseline signal. If you're working toward a goal and every time you think about it you feel pressure or tension, then that tension is part of your syntax, and it's stronger than the words you're saying. Momentary resonance is highly programmable. Through awareness and breath, you can shift it quickly, but only if you notice it first. That's the work here, not forcing new emotions, but tuning into what's really being transmitted beneath the surface. 3. Intentional charge. This is where you consciously generate energetic input through breath, visualization, posture, and calibrated emotional states. This is where things get powerful. Because when you combine a high baseline with a clear, emotionally charged intentional state, you create high-fidelity syntax. This is the energetic equivalent of perfect code. Precise, direct, unambiguous. When you feel safety, love, certainty, and vision in your nervous system, not just your imagination. The field responds instantly. It's like hitting send on a fully formed blueprint, rather than scribbling ideas and hoping the universe figures it out. So how do you calibrate your energy to this level? You don't fake it, you tune it. Here are the core ways to tune your energetic signal. Body language. Your posture is syntax. An open chest, grounded stance, and relaxed shoulders signal strength and coherence. Breathwork. Your breath pattern directly affects your frequency. Shallow breath emits anxiety. Deep, slow breath stabilizes your field. Emotional access. Learn to access elevated emotional states without needing external validation. Gratitude, trust, certainty. These are emotional codes, not feelings for special occasions. Environment. The people, spaces, and media you surround yourself with feed your field. You cannot maintain high syntax in a low-frequency environment. Thought discipline. The thoughts you entertain repeatedly become energetically charged. Curate your thoughts as if they are commands, because they are. Now let's connect this back to manifestation. Most people focus on what they want. Few focus on the syntax quality of their energy. You can want love. But if your energy is carrying abandonment trauma, you're broadcasting mistrust. And that's what you get back. You can want wealth. But if your energy is rooted in fear of scarcity, you're commanding the quantum to mirror instability. This is why the universe doesn't ignore you. It's actually responding with incredible precision. Just not to your words, to your field. This is the part where reality becomes less mysterious and more mechanical. When your energy becomes syntactically pure, meaning aligned in frequency, emotion, and belief, you begin to see synchronicity, acceleration, and unexpected clarity. Because your signal is readable, consistent, accurate. You're no longer asking, you're instructing. And when you do that, you stop waiting. You stop begging. You stop needing. You shift into authorship. So now that we've made it clear that energy is not suggestion, not guessing, not metaphor, but a command. Next, we need to explore why words on their own fail. Because you've been taught to affirm, to speak, to visualize with language. But none of it matters unless it speaks the actual language of the field. So next we will unravel why the universe doesn't respond to your words the way you think it does, and why your affirmations may be canceling out your manifestations. You've been told to speak what you want into existence. You've been handed affirmations, mantras, and declarations. You've repeated them, loudly, hopefully, desperately, and sometimes nothing happened. Here's why. The universe doesn't respond to human language. It responds to dimensional syntax. This is a hard truth to swallow for anyone who's clung to the power of words alone. Words are symbolic containers, they are not the message itself. If the content inside the container is weak, misaligned, or distorted, the field receives that distortion, not the surface sentence. So when someone says, "I am successful," but their energy is low, their nervous system is braced, and their subconscious holds rejection trauma from childhood, the command being received is not success. It's a scrambled signal. Let's get more precise. Words are external sound structures designed for communication between humans, not between you and the quantum field. The quantum field doesn't process words like a brain does. It doesn't understand grammar. It doesn't interpret context. It registers emotion, frequency, and symbolic density. So when you speak a sentence, the field ignores the vocabulary and reads the signal underneath. Here's how this plays out in real time. You wake up and say, "I am healthy," but your emotional memory is filled with anxiety about disease. Your body is tense. You're mentally rehearsing worst-case scenarios. And deep down, you feel helpless. The syntax that gets transmitted isn't health. It's fear of illness. The sentence doesn't matter. The field hears the signal. This is why someone can say, "I am rich," thousands of times, and still live in scarcity, because the syntax they're broadcasting is not rich in energy. It's rich in doubt, and the quantum doesn't reward hope. It reflects structure. The field is not personal. It doesn't choose. It mirrors. So let's kill the myth that speaking it makes it real. It only becomes real when your internal structure matches the signal required to render that reality. This is where most spiritual teachings fall short. They emphasize repetition over alignment. They tell you to override your feelings, to fake it until you make it, to force a new belief through constant verbal repetition. But here's the consequence. When your words contradict your energetic truth, your signal becomes noisy, and noisy syntax leads to null manifestation. To get clear results, your words must align with your felt reality. That means no pretending, no forcing, no positive talk with negative nervous system cues. So how do you get your words to work? You sync them to your actual syntax. You don't start with the sentence. You start with the state. Only when your energy is coherent, your emotions are present, and your symbolic imagery is clear, do your words become activators, not placeholders. Here's how that looks. You enter a calm, grounded state. You feel a sense of inner safety in your body. You recall a symbolic image of the life you're stepping into. Then you say, I am ready. Now the field listens, because it's not hearing your mouth. It's receiving your system. Another way to make your words effective is by charging them. A charged word is not louder, it's clearer. It's emotionally backed. It's energetically infused. The symbolic. Take the word freedom. When spoken unconsciously, it's just sound. But when spoken from a body that feels light, a mind that feels open, and a heart that remembers the feeling of liberation, that word becomes a command. It activates the frequency of freedom across your field, and the quantum responds accordingly. This is the difference between verbal performance and dimensional communication. One is decorative, the other is structural. And here's a tool that can shift this instantly. Syntax integrity check. Anytime you speak an intention aloud, pause immediately after and ask, does my body believe that? Does my energy support that? Is there emotional charge behind that? If the answer is no, don't keep repeating it. Stop. Recalibrate. Either shift your state first, or reword the statement into something that aligns more closely with your current syntax. For example, if I am powerful feels fake, try I am remembering my power. That small shift brings your syntax into integrity. You're not weakening the command, you're sharpening it. Now, there's another layer here that can't be ignored. Your subconscious vocabulary. These are the phrases and micro-thoughts you run silently throughout the day. They seem harmless, but they function as low-level syntax instructions, and they shape outcomes. Phrases like, I'm always late. I can't afford that. Nothing ever works out. It's too hard. That's just how I am. Each one is a command, not just to your mind, but to the field. And because these are often spoken casually, without awareness, they bypass resistance. They slip into your coding stream and loop until reality conforms. This is where real mastery begins. You don't just become aware of what you say, you become conscious of what your field is broadcasting through your words. You don't fix this by editing your vocabulary. You fix it by syncing your internal structure to the language of truth. Truth, in this context, means alignment. When your words reflect what your energy is truly becoming. When your feelings, beliefs, and symbols all point in the same direction. That's when words work. That's when words become keys to new timelines. Next, we will move even deeper into the structural trinity of this entire language system. You've now seen that energy is coding, and words on their own are ineffective. Now we introduce the full communication system the universe understands: energy, symbol, emotion, and how these three form the complete sentence of dimensional syntax. By now, you've seen the structure emerging. Energy isn't an abstract aura. It's command code. Words don't create results unless they're synchronized with your internal system. But we've only covered two parts of the interface so far. Energy is the carrier. Words are symbolic expressions. But there's something missing. Something that, when combined with energy, forms the full transmission packet the universe recognizes and renders. It's time to reveal the core communication protocol of dimensional syntax, what we call the syntax trinity: energy, symbol, emotion. These three elements are not suggestions. They're non-negotiable. Without one of them, the signal is incomplete. The field either misreads it, delays it, or nullifies it altogether. But when they're aligned, when all three are present in a single moment, you create a perfect instruction. Let's break them down, and then explore how they fuse into a single, coherent signal that codes your reality. 1. Energy, the frequency bandwidth. As covered earlier, energy is the carrier wave. Think of it as the tone of the message, your field's vibrational signature that gives the command its power and intensity. You can have the right thought or visual, but if the energy is wrong, if it's shaky, contracted, misaligned, the message loses integrity. The field doesn't respond to intention. It responds to energetic instruction. This is how your command is being carried and sustained. 2. Symbol, the structural blueprint. Symbols are the form your command takes. The universe doesn't operate with words, it renders patterns. Geometry, imagery, structure. When you hold a vision of your future life, say standing on a stage or walking through a dream home, what you're transmitting isn't the visual detail. You're transmitting the symbolic structure of that moment. Symbols are the language of the subconscious, and the subconscious is your interface with the field. Symbols tell the field what to build. Without symbols, your signal is formless. It might have power, but it has no blueprint. It's like shouting a command without a target. So when people say, "I want success," but don't have a clear symbolic imprint of what that looks and feels like, the quantum has no structure to respond to. It's not just clarity that matters. It's the depth of symbolic imprinting that creates renderable instructions. 3. Emotion, the magnetic amplifier. Emotion is the charge. It's what supercharges your syntax and gives it magnetic weight. Every time you attach an emotion to a thought, you assign it a priority. Emotion tells the field, this matters. This is real. Build this. And we're not talking about surface-level mood. We're talking about embodied emotional resonance. Felt in the gut, the heart, the breath. Emotion that anchors a symbolic blueprint and launches it on a coherent energy wave. This is why flat affirmations don't work, and why intellectual visualizations fall short. Without emotional charge, the field doesn't take it seriously. Emotion creates the difference between a concept and a command. Now let's look at how these three elements combine. When all three, energy, symbol, and emotion, are aligned in a single moment, something happens. The system activates. You issue a complete syntactic command. It's no longer a wish. It's an instruction. Let's use a simple example. Say you want to create a new timeline where you're confident, thriving, financially free. Here's how a weak attempt looks. You say the words, "I am abundant," but you feel tense and your subconscious still pictures lack. There's no emotional charge, just hope. This is incomplete syntax. It's dismissed by the field as noise. Now contrast it with a full syntax trinity. Your energy is calm, regulated, stable. You feel expansion. Your internal vision shows yourself at peace, fulfilled, moving through life with ease. Emotionally, you feel joy, certainty, lightness, not faked, real. That moment is a syntactic broadcast. You've spoken to the universe in its native language. When you understand this, you stop trying to say the right thing and start asking, am I activating the full syntax trinity? You might think, well, that sounds like a lot of work. But here's the reality. It's not about effort. It's about precision. The universe doesn't care how hard you try. It cares how accurate your syntax is. This changes the game. You stop pushing. You start aligning. You shift from repetition to resonance. Because once you hit that sweet spot, when energy, symbol, and emotion click into place, the result is immediate. The shift is noticeable. Something locks in. A feeling of inevitability arises. It doesn't always manifest in 5 minutes, but the reality path is activated. You've just given the field its marching orders. Now here's a nuance most people miss. You don't always need to consciously construct all 3 elements. Sometimes the body does it automatically. You remember a moment of deep love, and your heart swells, your posture opens, your inner vision aligns with safety and connection. All three elements appear naturally. That's syntax in action. That's why memories are so powerful. They're emotional symbolic energy packets stored in your system. You can use those as tools, but you can also build new syntax structures intentionally. Here's how. The syntax command practice. Start with energy. Regulate your breath. Ground your body. Shift from head to presence. Feel into openness and expansion. Create the symbol. Close your eyes. See a vivid, emotionally charged image of what you're becoming. Not just the scene, but the feeling behind the image. Details are secondary. Symbolic essence is key. Activate emotion. Now feel into that image. Let your body respond. Feel the joy, the gratitude, the power. Breathe it through your chest and belly. Let it be real. Speak it, optional. Only once all three are present. Speak the sentence aloud. Make it simple, declarative, but aligned. Even 1 minute of this is more powerful than 1,000 weak affirmations. This is syntactic mastery. And here's what happens when you start using it consistently. Manifestations accelerate. Synchronicities increase. Opportunities align. Resistance drops. Life begins to feel choreographed from within. Not because you're manipulating reality, but because you're finally speaking its language. You're not asking. You're instructing. You're not hoping. You're coding. This is not about control, it's about fluency. You're moving from chaos to structure, from noise to signal. And this is just the beginning. Now that you know the complete syntax trinity, it's time to address one of the most damaging misconceptions in this field. The lie that feeling good is enough. Because next we will expose the massive misunderstanding between surface emotion and true vibrational code, and why chasing positivity can actually block your manifestation instead of unlocking it. It's one of the most popular teachings in the spiritual and manifestation world. Just feel good. Just raise your vibe. Just stay positive. But here's the truth. That advice, taken at face value, is not only misleading, it's actively harmful to your ability to create change. Because there's a difference between feeling and frequency, and they are not the same thing. Let's get this clear right now. You can feel good on the surface. You can smile, laugh, even radiate excitement outwardly, and still be operating from a low-frequency baseline. Why? Because your frequency isn't determined by your surface mood. It's determined by your coherence, the alignment between your conscious mind, subconscious structure, and energetic state. You might be saying all the right things, acting cheerful, meditating, gratitude journaling, but if your nervous system is dysregulated, if your subconscious is filled with fear, if your inner imagery is chaotic or blank, then your frequency is incoherent. An incoherent frequency produces distorted syntax. It doesn't matter how much you feel good on the surface. If your inner syntax is noisy, the signal collapses. That's why people get frustrated. They think, I've been so positive lately. Why is nothing working? Because the universe isn't rewarding your positivity. It's responding to your underlying signal. You don't attract what you perform. You attract what you consistently emit. Now let's go deeper. The false high. Many people live in what we call a false high, a state where they're chasing positivity while suppressing unresolved emotion. This creates energetic tension. They try to manifest love while carrying resentment. They try to manifest abundance while avoiding feelings of unworthiness. They try to smile their way through trauma without ever releasing it. That tension creates static. It's like trying to broadcast a radio signal while another station is playing underneath. The result? Nothing clear gets through. This is why your frequency drops, even when your emotions seem positive. It's not the emotion. It's the authenticity of the emotion. A real, raw feeling of grief that moves through the body is higher frequency than fake happiness. Because truth resonates. Suppression scrambles. So here's the new paradigm. You don't aim for high vibes. You aim for truthful frequency. You regulate your nervous system. You integrate your emotional layers. You bring your subconscious scripts into awareness. You unify your energy around a singular state of coherence. And only then does your frequency rise organically, not because you forced it, but because your system is finally aligned. Let's define coherence more precisely. Coherence is when your thoughts, emotions, and body signals all resonate in the same vibrational field. It's when what you believe, what you feel, and what you embody are in agreement. This is the only state from which powerful syntax can be broadcast. Everything else is noise. Now, how do you build true frequency? Here are the practices that raise your frequency in real, structural ways. Breathwork. Deep, conscious breathing isn't just relaxing. It reorganizes your nervous system and clears static from your field. Emotional honesty. Let yourself feel what's real, even if it's painful. Clean emotional release is frequency elevation. Symbolic clarity. The clearer your internal imagery and direction, the more focused your vibrational output becomes. Energetic hygiene. Eliminate inputs, media, conversations, environments that drop your frequency without your consent. Receptivity. Let yourself receive without guilt. Frequency rises when resistance to receiving drops. These are not mindset tricks. They are structural upgrades to your energetic system. They calibrate your field. And when your field is calibrated, the command you send out is clean, pure, and impossible to ignore. So next time you feel frustrated that feeling good isn't working, pause. Ask yourself, is my frequency coherent? Are my emotions congruent with my vision? Is my nervous system calm or braced? Is my signal clean or layered with fear and noise? Because the field doesn't read mood, it reads structure. And now you know how to build that structure from the inside out. Next, we will take the power even further. Now that you know how frequency functions as real code, not just emotion, we're going to completely reframe the concept of manifestation. Because next we will prove that manifestation isn't asking, it's programming, and show you how to stop acting like a hopeful visitor and start issuing instructions like a quantum engineer. This is where the entire conversation flips. And if you've been manifesting using the old paradigm, what you're about to realize might shake your foundation. In the best way, you've been taught that manifestation is about asking. Asking the universe, asking God, asking your higher self, asking life to deliver what you want. If you just believe enough, wait long enough, act good enough. Let's be brutally honest. That model is broken. It positions you as a beggar in a cosmic bureaucracy, a subordinate submitting requests and hoping they get processed. But that's not how this works, because you're not here to ask. You're here to program. You are not speaking to some external force that weighs your worth and hands out rewards. You are interfacing with a responsive field that operates entirely on syntax. It doesn't care about your pleading. It doesn't respond to your desperation. It responds to the quality and clarity of your code. So if you've been affirming and visualizing and scripting and wondering why nothing sticks, it's because your internal model is flawed. You're acting like a requester in a system that only responds to direct input. It's time to stop sending wishes and start issuing instructions. Let's reframe the entire idea of manifestation into what it actually is. Programming the field using dimensional syntax. Every energetic state you hold. Every belief you reinforce. Every emotion you feel repeatedly. Every symbolic structure you visualize. These are not hopes. These are instructions. Syntax commands. Code. When you see manifestation this way, everything changes. You don't wait for results. You build them. And when something doesn't show up, you don't blame fate or timing or divine testing. You check the code. You examine the syntax you've been emitting and adjust. Because once you accept that manifestation is programming, you take back your authorship. Let's unpack this deeper. The idea of programming isn't mystical. It's functional. A computer doesn't process your emotions. It reads your inputs. The quantum field is more advanced, but it's built on a similar principle. It receives input. It renders outcomes. If you want a different output, you don't yell louder. You change the input. So what does that look like in manifestation terms? You stop praying for a result and start aligning to the frequency where that result already exists. That's not magic. That's physics. Each timeline already exists. You're not creating something new. You're selecting a new set of coordinates based on your syntactic signal. The field has already encoded every version of you, the abundant one, the joyful one, the powerful one. You don't attract that version by asking for it. You become the one who aligns with that version's frequency, and thus you render it. This is why so many people fail to manifest while doing all the right things. Because asking implies separation. Says, that reality is out there. I don't have it. I hope something brings it to me. But programming says, that reality exists. I am aligning to it. My field is selecting it. Can you feel the difference? One is rooted in lack. The other is rooted in authorship. Now let's talk mechanics. If you're programming the field, what's the actual method? We return to the syntax trinity: energy, symbol, emotion. That's your programming language. When you shift your energy, construct a clear symbolic vision, and charge it with authentic emotion, you've written executable code. Not metaphorically, structurally. This is why some people manifest rapidly. They're not more special. They're just more precise in their signal. Their emotional charge is clean. Their symbolic vision is strong. Their energetic field is stable. No static. No contradiction. No delay. Meanwhile, most people emit corrupted code. They visualize a result. While feeling doubt, they say affirmations. While holding fear, they dream of success. While believing they're not worthy, the result is mismatch syntax. And mismatch syntax produces either no result or worse, distorted results. This is how someone who deeply fears abandonment ends up attracting partners who leave. Or someone who feels unworthy of wealth continues to repel money, despite affirmations and vision boards. The field isn't punishing them. It's responding perfectly to their active programming. This is where brutal honesty becomes power. You must stop pretending that wanting something is the same as programming for it. You must stop acting like hope is a strategy. And you must begin approaching your field like a system that follows exact input logic. This also frees you, because once you know the system is consistent, it's no longer personal. It's not about whether the universe likes you. It's about whether your signal is coherent and executable. And you can always adjust the signal. Always. That's what makes this model empowering. There's no gatekeeper. No cosmic authority to impress. Only code. Only syntax. You now understand why the old model of asking doesn't work. You've seen that programming real, structured input through energy, symbol, and emotion is the key to interfacing with the quantum. Next, we will open the code editor and show you exactly where most of your current results are coming from, your inner language. Because next we will expose how your habitual inner dialogue has been writing your reality syntax all along, and how to rewrite it before it writes you into another loop. It's not your goals that shape your life. It's your inner language. The way you speak to yourself when no one's around. The silent phrases you repeat in your mind. The loops you don't even realize you're reinforcing. These are not thoughts. They are active commands. And the quantum field isn't ignoring them. It's rendering them, while you consciously dream of success, freedom, love. Your subconscious may be broadcasting, I don't deserve this, or it never works out, or why would it be different this time? And that silent language, those microphrases, are writing your syntax. Not once, not occasionally, continuously. Your inner language is your default codebase. It's the syntax layer underneath all your conscious efforts, and it's responsible for 90% of what you experience in your external life. Let's say that again. You don't get what you want. You get what your inner language broadcasts most consistently. If there's a mismatch between what you say you want and what your subconscious language is declaring, the field will always obey the stronger signal. And subconscious language is often stronger because it's repeated with less resistance. It's casual, automatic, embedded. Let's make this real. You can say, I am attracting aligned relationships 100 times a day. But if your inner language still repeats, I always get hurt, or people disappoint me, or love is complicated, then those phrases are the actual syntax commands, and reality adjusts to match. The problem is, most people don't even realize what they're saying inside, because inner language isn't always verbal. It can show up as tone, as emotional reaction, as postural contraction. You speak through every part of your field. So how do you start to access and edit your inner language? You listen closely, without judgment. You start to catch the phrases that come up when you make a mistake. When someone doesn't text you back. When you open your bank account. When you think about your future. Do you say, "Of course," or "Why does this always happen?" or "I knew it," or "That's just my luck"? These phrases may seem harmless, but they're not commentary. They're repeating code. You say them emotionally, with charge, with belief, which means they get broadcast as syntax, and the field listens. Now here's the powerful part. You can override those commands, not by suppression, not by denial, but by interrupting and replacing them with calibrated language. Not positive language, calibrated language. There's a difference. Saying everything is amazing when you're in despair isn't calibrated. Saying I'm learning how to stabilize is. The first creates cognitive dissonance. The second creates syntax alignment. When you edit your inner language to match what your body and emotions can believe, you're issuing executable instructions to the field. Let's break this into a method. The inner language rewrite practice. Catch the loop. Pay attention to repeat phrases that arise in stressful, emotional, or transitional moments. Name the syntax pattern. Identify what that phrase is instructing the field to do. For example, "It always goes wrong" codes for chaos and delay. Interrupt the pattern. Speak out loud or internally a firm pattern break. Something like, "That's an old script." Replace with calibrated language. Choose a phrase that's both believable and forward-moving. Not fluff. Truthful. Coherent. Example, "It never works" become, "I'm still learning how to stabilize outcomes." "I mess everything up" become, "I'm upgrading my precision." "I can't afford that" becomes, "I'm expanding my financial capacity." These rewrites aren't magic. They're recalibrated syntax packets. You're not just changing mindset, you're changing code. You're interrupting an energetic pattern and replacing it with one that aligns with your desired field response. And when you do this repeatedly, your subconscious language starts to shift. Your body starts to believe new things. Your energy starts to hold new expectations. Your reality starts to render new outputs. Because the field doesn't care if you're aware of your language. It only cares what you're broadcasting. And now you're finally listening. Next, we will move from thought to sound. Now that you've seen how internal language scripts your reality, we'll show you how vibration itself becomes form, and why sound is not just expression, but a literal tool of creation. You'll learn how your voice, tone, and frequency don't just represent your reality. They build it. By now, you've started to grasp the profound influence of your inner language. But what if that's only half the story? You see, it's not just the phrases you hear in your mind that are programming your world. It's the subconscious grammar, the structure of how you think and speak, that forms the deeper layer of your reality code. This is what we call quantum grammar. It's not about vocabulary. It's not about whether you speak English, Spanish, or Swahili. It's about the structural patterns embedded in your thoughts, language, and energy that silently inform the field of what's real for you. These are the words you don't know you speak, the ones underneath your thoughts, the hidden syntax that governs your frequency. Let's break this open. Quantum grammar is composed of three core elements: implicit authority, temporal orientation, energetic ownership. These aren't just mental habits. They're structural codes that instruct the field how to organize your external world. And because most people are unaware of them, they're sending conflicting, self-sabotaging instructions without realizing it. Let's decode each one. 1. Implicit authority. This refers to how you relate to power in your inner language. Some people structure their thoughts and speech as if authority lies outside of them. Their language reflects helplessness or deference, even when they think they're being positive. Examples: I hope it happens. If it's meant to be. Fingers crossed. I'll try my best. Let's see what happens. These may seem harmless. They're culturally normal. But in terms of syntax, they all carry one embedded message. I am not the authority. This strips the command of energy. It signals to the field that you are not in alignment with creation, you are simply reacting to it. And the field responds accordingly. Not with punishment, with reflection. If your grammar contains submission to external forces, your life will reflect disempowerment, no matter how much you visualize or affirm. Now compare that with language that expresses implicit authority. This is unfolding now. I'm aligning with this outcome. It's already integrating. I've chosen this frequency. The words are simple, but the syntax is structured. It transmits authorship. The universe doesn't care about personality. It responds to signal structure, and language that codes for authority activates the response field. 2. Temporal orientation. This is how you relate to time when forming inner commands. Most people unconsciously program delay into their manifestations by speaking everything as future-oriented possibility. Examples: one day I'll have it. I'm working on becoming. I hope it comes soon. Eventually, I'll get there. Again, seemingly harmless phrases. But what's the syntax structure? It's not real yet. It's somewhere else. It's later, and the field obeys. Your timeline gets pushed. Your outcome remains a future potential, not a now reality. The quantum doesn't operate on calendar time. It organizes based on vibrational certainty. So when your language places things in the future, it treats them as incomplete instructions. Want to collapse time? Speak in now-oriented constructs. Even if the thing hasn't physically arrived yet, your syntax must treat it as active, not pending. Examples: I'm living this version now. This is stabilizing in my field. It's present. It's integrating. It's real. This isn't delusion. It's precision. You're instructing the field to lock this into the now. That's how timelines collapse, not by waiting, but by syncing your internal clock to the timeline you desire. 3. Energetic ownership. This is the difference between describing and declaring. A lot of people speak about their goals. They describe desires like narrators. But narrating isn't coding. You can describe abundance all day. It would be so nice to have that life. I want that level of freedom. That's my dream. But if you don't own it syntactically, it's not transmitted as a directive. Energetic ownership is when you say, this is already mine. It's part of my current timeline. It belongs in my field. I'm the one who lives that. Notice the difference? You're not talking about it. You're talking as it. The syntax shifts from wishful to declarative, from hope to command. And once again, the field aligns with the stronger structure. These 3 grammar types, authority, time, ownership, are shaping your life behind the scenes. You don't need to become a language expert. You need to become structurally aware. Because once you notice your quantum grammar, you can begin to consciously write better code without changing every sentence you say. Here's how. Quantum grammar recalibration practice. Whenever you think or speak about something you want to create, run it through 3 quick internal checks. Does this reflect me as the source? Or am I waiting on something else? Is this placed in the present or the future? Am I describing it from a distance or owning it now? If you answer those honestly, you'll know if your syntax is executable or if it's noise. Start small. Reword 1 inner loop a day. Catch a thought like, hopefully things will get better, and recode it as, I'm aligning with better outcomes now. Catch a phrase like, that would be amazing, and recode it as, that version of me is real, and I'm accessing it. It's not about faking anything. It's about structuring your syntax so the field has something clear to respond to. Quantum grammar isn't about sounding enlightened. It's about clean architecture, language that matches frequency, aligns emotion, and speaks in executable code. Once you start doing this daily, you'll notice something strange and beautiful. Your outer reality will begin to echo your inner structure. Why? Because you're no longer broadcasting from confusion. You're speaking fluent dimensional syntax. Next, we will uncover the literal tool of manifestation that most overlook entirely: sound. Now that your inner language is aligning with proper structure, we will show you how vibration, expressed audibly through your voice, becomes a 3D printer for reality, and how to use your own sound as a creative command interface. There's a reason ancient civilizations chanted. There's a reason sacred texts describe creation as sound. There's a reason you instinctively feel something shift when someone speaks truth with resonance. Sound isn't just air vibration, it's formative code. And your voice is one of the most underused, yet most powerful tools of dimensional programming. Let's remove the mysticism and get to mechanics. Every sound carries a frequency signature. That frequency interacts with your field and the quantum field simultaneously. When that sound is backed by coherent emotion, symbolic intention, and clear energy, it builds structure. You're not just speaking, you're forming. This is the physics behind mantra, prayer, toning, and high-intensity verbal affirmations. But it goes deeper than repeating words, because sound carries what we call encoded vibration. What does that mean? Let's say two people say the same word, peace. One says it mindlessly, no emotional charge, no coherence. The other says it with full breath, calm nervous system, heart connection, and inner symbolic vision of what peace feels like. To the ear, it's the same word. To the field, it's entirely different data. The second version carries structured vibration. It's recognized, it's felt, it's executable. This is why your voice matters, not just what you say, but how you say it. Tone is code, pace is code, volume is code, breath is code. You can speak from fear, and your words become distortion. You can speak from authority, and your words become alignment. When you speak with energetic coherence, your sound enters the field as a sonic blueprint, a vibrational instruction with shape and direction. Let's break this into layers. 1. The voice as a channel. Your vocal cords are not just biological. They are an energetic bridge, a way for internal states to externalize into the quantum field in physical form. Every sound you make leaves a trace. You've likely noticed this already. Some people walk into a room and say one sentence, and the entire atmosphere shifts. That's not charisma. It's field impact through encoded sound. Your voice can collapse timelines, amplify emotion, and initiate coherence, but only when it's aligned with inner truth. You can't fake this. A person yelling affirmations in panic will broadcast chaos, not clarity. A person whispering in calm certainty will often transmit more powerfully than one shouting empty words. Because the power isn't in the sound level. It's in the alignment between vibration, breath, and emotion. 2. Tonal matching. Different frequencies affect different parts of your field. High tones activate mental energy. Mid-tones resonate with the heart and emotion. Low tones ground into the body and stabilize presence. When you speak, your natural tonality affects where the command lands in your field. If you want to manifest something emotionally charged, speak in a tone that connects to your heart. Open, warm, slow. If you want to declare stability, ground your voice. Speak from the belly. Use breath. You don't need to study this like an expert. You need to feel your own resonance. Speak a phrase and feel where it lands. If it bounces around, it's noise. If it drops in, holds weight, and anchors, you've found tone match. 3. Intentional sound practices. There are ways to use sound as a dimensional tool without needing words at all. Toning. Sustaining vowel sounds like A, E, O with breath and emotion can stabilize or elevate your frequency field. Chanting. Repeating rhythm-based syllables with intention creates sonic coherence. Frequency mantras. Choose a single word, like clarity, safety, power, and speak it with full body alignment. Again, this isn't about performance. It's about structure. Sound, at its core, is vibration formed into wave. When that wave carries aligned emotion and energy, it's heard by the quantum. You've probably spoken things into existence before without realizing how you did it. Now you know the mechanism. You weren't lucky. You were coded. You were aligned, even briefly, with a frequency that carried symbolic structure, emotional charge, and tonal coherence, and your words activated form. From this point on, use your voice intentionally. Speak as if the universe is listening with perfect clarity, because it is. And next, we will build on this sonic foundation by introducing a powerful shift. You've seen how words and sound build form. Now we'll reveal how your entire being, your thoughts, beliefs, identity, functions as a living spellbook. You are not just casting spells. You are the spell. And next we will show you how to reclaim that truth and write reality from the inside out. This is the moment where the metaphor becomes literal. You're not just using language to influence your world. You're not just choosing better words or speaking with more awareness. You are a living spellbook. Your thoughts, your beliefs, your energy field, your posture, your memories, your emotional patterns, they are all active incantations. Running, looping, executing. Spells are not magic words whispered in candlelit circles. They are coded energy constructs, instructions with form, frequency, intention, and charge. And you're casting them constantly, not occasionally, not just when you mean to. Every moment you're awake and many while you sleep, you are spelling your reality into form. Let's break this wide open. To understand this fully, we need to redefine the concept of a spell. A spell is not superstition. It's a high-density energetic command that combines 4 key elements: focused intention, symbolic encoding, emotional activation, energetic delivery. Sound familiar? That's dimensional syntax. Every time you focus your thoughts, attach emotion, picture an outcome, and align your energy to it, you've cast a spell. Whether you meant to or not. You don't need candles or chants. You need coherence. You are the ritual. You are the wand. You are the spellbook open and writing. Now here's the twist. Most people are casting destructive or contradictory spells on themselves. Constantly. They don't realize it because they've been trained to separate thinking from creating. They believe thoughts are internal and passive. But the field doesn't see it that way. To the quantum, every emotionally charged thought is a spell. Every belief is a script. Every visualized worst-case scenario is a projection command. So when you walk around repeating things like, "Nothing ever works out for me. People always leave. This is just my luck. I never get it right," you're not venting. You're casting. You are spelling your way into repeating timelines. This is why changing your words isn't enough. You must change the code behind the words. You must reclaim authorship over the spellbook that is your body, your field, and your reality matrix. Let's talk about what lives in your spellbook right now. Every major emotional imprint you've experienced, especially between the ages of 0 and 14, created syntax patterns that still run in the background. These aren't memories. They're programmed spells, encoded into your subconscious, wrapped in symbols, stored with emotion. Here's an example. You were shamed for expressing yourself as a child. The emotional charge, fear. The symbolic imprint, it's dangerous to be seen. The energy field, contraction in the throat and chest. That configuration becomes a spell. And that spell runs until it's rewritten. So now, years later, every time you try to launch, speak, lead, or express truth, that spell activates. It may not say anything in words, but its syntax is active. Stay small. Don't be visible. It's not safe. And your outer world complies. Opportunities vanish. People interrupt. Your throat closes when you need it open. It's not sabotage. It's syntax fidelity. The universe is not cruel. It's loyal to your spells. This is why rewriting your identity isn't just mindset work. It's spell editing. You're not just changing beliefs. You're recoding dimensional instructions. And the only way to do that is to consciously engage with your internal spellbook. That means asking powerful questions. What repetitive outcomes do I keep seeing? What emotional patterns live underneath them? What symbolic memories seem tied to those patterns? What have I unconsciously declared to be true? Because once you locate the structure, you can replace it. Not with empty affirmations, but with new spells, rewritten with precision, integrity, and force. Here's a method to begin. Spell rewrite protocol. Step 1. Locate the old spell. Find a repeating reality pattern in your life that you're ready to clear. Trace it back to its emotional root. Name the belief or silent command underneath. Example, it always falls apart. Step 2. Decode the syntax. Identify the original symbolic imprint. When did this begin? What emotion is it wired with? Where does it live in the body? Let's say you see a collapsed timeline around not being supported. You feel it as tension in your lower back, tied to childhood memories of instability. That's your spell. Step 3. Construct the new spell. Build a new energetic script using a clear present tense phrase, strong emotional resonance, symbolic imagery, full body breath and tone. Example, I am fully supported in every timeline. See yourself held, safe, energized, supported. Feel the warmth of trust in your spine and belly. Speak it aloud with a calm, anchored tone. Repeat it not to convince, but to code. Feel it until it holds weight in your field. Step 4. Anchor with ritual. Do something physical to lock the new spell in. A breath pattern, a grounding gesture, a specific movement. You're embedding a new packet into your field. You don't need candles. You don't need crystals. You need structure, emotion, symbol, energy. And now you know how to build that. So yes, you are a living spellbook. Every word you say, every thought you believe, every emotion you rehearse is ink on the pages of your life. The question is, who's writing? Is it an old wound? A teacher's judgment? A parent's fear? Or is it you, conscious, aligned, deliberate? Because once you reclaim authorship, the field reorients itself, not as a gift, as a reflection. Next, we will go directly to the most frustrating part of manifestation, when you want something deeply and it still doesn't happen. Because now that you know how spells shape reality, we need to expose why desires fail, and uncover the fatal syntax glitch that cancels results before they ever reach your timeline. You've wanted it, you've visualized it, you've believed in it, and still nothing. Or worse, the opposite shows up. Let's be clear. This isn't about lack of worth. It's not about punishment. It's not about whether you deserve it. Desire fails because of a syntax glitch. This glitch is invisible until you know what to look for. And once you see it, you'll understand why so many people spend years trying to manifest one outcome, while actually programming the exact opposite. Here's what most people do. They generate desire, but they embed contradiction. They want love, but fear heartbreak. They want abundance, but feel shame when receiving. They want freedom, but are coded for control. This contradiction creates a dual broadcast. One part of their field says, I want this. The other part says, it's not safe. I don't trust it. It might leave me. And the field receives both signals. Which one does it obey? Always the dominant syntax, the one with the stronger emotional charge. Here's the brutal truth. The field is not interested in your conscious preferences. It responds to your energetic consistency. So when your desire is laced with tension, hesitation, or unconscious avoidance, the syntax cancels itself out. Or worse, it instructs the field to mirror your resistance, not your desire. Let's make this concrete. You want to call in a partner. You set intentions. You script. You meditate. But underneath, there's a script that says, relationships make me lose myself. I attract unavailable people. It's safer to stay alone. Which signal is louder? The one tied to trauma, memory, emotional charge. That's the glitch. And here's what's even more destabilizing. The field will protect you from the very thing you think you want, if your energy is broadcasting that it's dangerous. This is why some manifestations don't fail. They're actually being blocked for you, not from you. Because your field is emitting protective syntax, and the quantum doesn't overrule your energy's instructions. So what's the fix? You don't just affirm harder. You don't force clarity. You resolve the glitch. Here's how. Syntax Glitch Resolution Framework. Step 1. Surface the counter-syntax. When you declare your desire, pause and ask, what part of me believes this is unsafe? Listen for the immediate body response. The tension in the chest, the memory that flashes, the inner voice that whispers, "Be careful." That's your counter-syntax. Step 2. Acknowledge the intelligence. Don't fight the glitch. Thank it. It's been trying to protect you. Resistance is intelligent syntax based on past data. When you honor it, you gain access to it. Step 3. Create a safety bridge. Before redeclaring the desire, build inner safety around it. Say, "It's safe to receive this now. This version of me is capable of holding it. I can trust this experience." Don't rush the desire until the safety code is stable. Step 4. Recast the command. Now reconstruct the syntax with alignment. Not just, "I want this," but, "This is aligned with who I am now. My field is ready. This serves my evolution." Now the desire isn't floating in contradiction. It's grounded, integrated, executable. The field hears that clearly. You've resolved the glitch. Now outcomes can land. This is what mastery looks like. Not just declaring what you want, but checking the signal behind it. Your desires are not blocked because they're wrong. They're blocked because your syntax is split. When you reunify the desire with emotional safety and energetic coherence, the field responds instantly. And now that you've uncovered the mechanics of syntax contradiction, next we will reveal the universal language that predates all words and overrides verbal programming entirely. Because now it's time to uncover symbols, the universe's original language, and how they shape reality faster than speech. Before there was language. Before there were affirmations, thoughts, or sounds, there were symbols, the original language, the architecture beneath all others. Symbols are the oldest, most direct interface the quantum field recognizes. You don't need to speak them. You don't need to explain them. You feel them, and that's why they're so powerful. A symbol bypasses logic. It travels straight into the subconscious. It tells the field, "Build this." When you think in symbols, not just in words, you give the universe blueprints, not vague suggestions. Let's unpack why symbols are the most potent building blocks of reality. Every manifestation you've ever attempted carries one critical flaw if you're using words alone. Words require interpretation. Symbols do not. They are direct instructions, pure syntax. Here's an example. You want freedom. You could say, "I want to feel free. I'm choosing liberation. Freedom is coming." These are sentences. They depend on interpretation. They're filtered through your beliefs, doubts, and subconscious associations. Now compare that to the symbol. You see yourself barefoot, walking along a coastline at sunrise. No one else is around. You feel the air, smell the salt, hear only waves. You breathe. You smile. You feel no weight. You didn't say the word freedom, but the symbolic architecture you visualized said it more clearly than any sentence ever could. The quantum doesn't care about words. It renders vibrational structure, and symbolic imagery is structure. Let's make this practical. When you manifest using symbols, here's what happens. Your subconscious receives a vivid, emotionally charged message. Your nervous system responds as if it's real. Your emotional field aligns to the symbol's essence. Your external timeline adjusts to mirror that symbol. Symbols aren't decorative. They're instructions wrapped in geometry. This is why sacred geometry exists, why ancient languages used pictographs, why dreams deliver truths in images, not words. Your higher consciousness knows symbols are faster, because they're not asking you to believe. They're imprinting your field directly. Let's go deeper. There are 3 categories of symbols you need to be aware of. 1. Personal symbols. These are images, scenes, or sensations that carry deep emotional resonance for you specifically. Examples: a childhood home, a favorite place, a specific color or object tied to memory, an image you've dreamed repeatedly. Personal symbols carry the most immediate emotional charge. They are deeply wired into your body and subconscious. When you build your manifestation syntax around personal symbols, the field receives the message with intensity. Why? Because emotion equals fuel, and personal symbols are packed with emotion. So instead of saying, "I want safety," You visualize yourself curled up in the blanket from your childhood bedroom, in a room full of golden light. That's a symbol your body trusts. And when your body trusts, your field aligns. 2. Archetypal symbols. These are universal images that the collective human psyche responds to. Examples: the rising sun, the open road, the phoenix, the throne, the mountain, the bridge. These are not cliches. They're archetypes, energetic templates. They activate core frequencies in your subconscious. When used with emotional alignment, they anchor powerful commands. Let's say you want transformation. Instead of just saying, "I'm evolving," you visualize the phoenix, a flame, dissolving, rebirthing. Your energy responds instantly. Why? Because your subconscious doesn't need context for that image. It already understands the essence. That's the power of archetypes. They're pre-coded instructions already known to your system. 3. Symbolic rituals. These are actions or physical objects you charge with meaning. Examples: lighting a specific candle every time you script, placing a stone or object on your desk that represents success, wearing clothing that matches a specific timeline version of you, walking a route that symbolizes progress or completion. These actions become living symbols. They communicate with the field through embodied repetition. When used consistently, symbolic rituals train your nervous system to associate presence, certainty, and embodiment with the outcome you're commanding. You're not hoping, you're constructing. Now here's where this becomes essential to syntax mastery. Symbols are not separate from energy and emotion. They are the central architecture around which your energy flows. Energy is the tone. Emotion is the amplifier. Symbol is the structure. When you lack clear symbols, the field receives incomplete coordinates. This is why many people say, "I want love," but have no image of what that looks like, feels like, or requires. "I want wealth," but carry no stable symbol of abundance. "I want healing," but visualize sickness more than wholeness. So the field tries to comply, but the instructions are scattered. Now let's integrate this into your practice. Symbol integration technique. Step 1. Choose your target frequency. Pick one quality or timeline you are aligning with: peace, abundance, power, connection, creativity, clarity. Step 2. Create the symbol. Ask, if this frequency had a shape, a scene, a moment, what would it look like? Let the image form. Don't force it. Allow your subconscious to show you something. Trust the first thing that appears. It might be a staircase, a beach, a fire, a key, a field of stars. Step 3. Amplify the symbol. Close your eyes. Place yourself inside the symbol. Add emotion, breath, sensory detail. What does the symbol smell like? What colors are present? What sound, if any, is in the background? How does your body feel in the middle of it? This is not daydreaming. It's structural instruction. You're embedding a new reality pattern into the field. Step 4. Anchor it physically. Find or create a symbolic token that represents this image. A stone, a shape, a sketch, a bracelet, a photo, a word etched into paper. Charge it with emotional presence. Now, every time you see or touch it, your system reconnects to the full symbol and the syntax it carries. This becomes a repeating command, sent with consistency, clarity, and charge. You're no longer hoping the universe gets the message. You're sending encoded signals with emotional precision and architectural structure. This is symbolic syntax. It's the language the field was built to understand. And now that you've begun to wield it, we're going to show you something even more stunning. Because those symbols you've activated don't just carry meaning. They carry geometry. Emotion itself forms shapes, and those shapes code the field faster than anything else. Next, we will show you how your emotions form patterns that act as quantum coordinates, and how to use these emotional geometries to map, lock in, and direct your entire reality. It's easy to think of emotions as formless. You feel sad, you feel joy, you feel rage or inspiration. They come and go. But that's only what you see on the surface. What you haven't been told is this: Emotions form geometry, and the quantum responds to shape. Every time you feel a strong emotion, especially one that is charged, embodied, and consistent, your energy field creates a specific pattern. That pattern is not invisible. It's structural. It's spatial. It has shape. And that shape becomes a map, telling the universe what to locate, what to route, and what to mirror. You're not just feeling. You're sculpting. Let's break this open. When you experience emotion, not as thought, but in the body, your electromagnetic field shifts. The heart contracts or expands. The breath quickens or slows. The field compresses or radiates. These shifts aren't random. They organize into geometries. The patterns they create can be coherent or chaotic, centered or scattered, grounded or fragmented. And those patterns are the actual coordinates that the field reads when building your experience. Let's make it concrete. When you feel grief, the field folds inward. Joy, the field radiates outward. Anger, the field spikes and fragments. Love, the field creates symmetry and harmonic expansion. Shame, the field collapses into downward spiral compression. These aren't poetic metaphors. They're measurable geometries. And the field doesn't hear the word love or grief. It responds to the shape of your energetic field. It responds to emotion as structure. Here's why this changes everything. You may think you're commanding wealth, love, or clarity. But if the geometry of your emotional body is collapsed, jagged, or splintered, your output is incoherent. You may be affirming power, but your field is shaped like withdrawal, like contraction, like conflict. So the field doesn't deliver what you say. It delivers what your emotional geometry instructs. This explains why breakthroughs often happen not during planning or effort, but during moments of deep emotional clarity. A moment of full surrender. A wave of unconditional love. A flash of heart-pounding certainty. Why? Because your emotional field locks into a new geometry, one that codes the timeline into place. Let's go deeper. The 5 primary emotional geometries. These are not just metaphors. They represent actual energetic field shapes. Sphere, wholeness, represents coherence, stability, and grounded manifestation. Felt during deep gratitude, clarity, and peace. Signals readiness and receptivity. Spiral expansion, associated with transformation, flow, and creation. Felt during inspiration, wonder, or breakthrough. Signals upward movement and timeline elevation. Waveform, movement, linked to emotional processing and transition. Felt during healing, grief, and surrender. Signals integration and completion. Spike, fragmentation, linked to panic, rage, or overwhelm. Signals instability and incoherence. The field avoids building upon this pattern. Collapse, shutdown, linked to shame, depression, or defeat. Signals low coherence, cancellation of previous syntax. Results in field static and manifestation pause. These are not moral judgments. Each emotion has function. Even contraction is valuable if you understand the geometry and use it intentionally. For example, grief processed consciously creates spiral geometry, growth. Anger expressed with awareness can clear field static, restoration. Fear faced head-on can shift spike to sphere, coherence. So the goal isn't to avoid emotion. It's to stabilize the geometry of your field. Let's build a method for that. Emotional geometry alignment practice. Step 1. Feel fully. Pick a dominant emotion that's present now. Locate it in the body. Don't label it, just observe its shape. Is it tight, expansive, hot, circular, chaotic? Step 2. Translate the shape. Ask, what geometry is this emotion forming in my field? Let your inner perception show you a symbol or shape. Step 3. Intentionally adjust the geometry. Through breath, visualization, posture, and self-talk, shift the shape gently. Move from spike to spiral, collapse to sphere, fragment to waveform. There's no right pace, only awareness. Step 4. Anchor the shift. Once the geometry has stabilized, speak a calibrated command. My field is whole. This shape is safe to hold. This is a pattern of clarity. The field now builds on this. You've now instructed the universe using pure syntax, without needing any formal language. You used emotion, as shape, as instruction, as form. And now, you're no longer reacting to emotion, you're using it as a dimensional tool. Next we will show you how to do exactly that, to encode reality using emotion not as reaction, but as creative power. Because now that you've seen emotion has geometry, we will teach you how to shape that emotion intentionally, to create field-coherent signals that the universe responds to with speed and precision. Encoded reality starts with emotion, not thought, not words, not ideas, but feeling deeply felt, internally honest, fully embodied. The quantum field does not react to logic. It doesn't care about your plans. It doesn't interpret sentences. It reacts to how something feels, and how that feeling aligns with the structure of reality you're requesting. Now that you've seen how emotion shapes geometry in your field, you're ready to understand what that geometry is actually doing. It's encoding instructions. It's telling the field not just what to build, but how to build it, when and with what intensity. That's emotional encoding. Emotional encoding is the process of attaching a specific, deliberate emotional charge to an image, thought, or energetic command, not to generate good vibes, but to define the quantum behavior of that intention. Think of it like encryption. You're taking a message, a symbol or thought, and wrapping it in a unique emotional signature. This signature determines how strongly the field registers your command, whether the field treats the command as real or theoretical, how quickly it renders, what vibrational level the result operates on. You're not just making requests, you're embedding emotional DNA into the syntax of your instructions. That's how you hack reality. Not by force, not by intensity, by feeling accurately on purpose. Let's bring this into direct clarity. If you visualize a goal with weak emotion, you've created a low-resolution signal. The field might register it, but it won't act on it with priority. It gets filed under theoretical. If you visualize that same goal and infuse it with regret, desperation, or fear, the signal becomes distorted. The field sees chaos. No clarity, no authority, just noise. But when you encode that goal with clean, elevated emotion, joy, gratitude, expansion, safety, embodiment, you create a high-resolution command packet. The field responds immediately, not because you pushed hard, because you sent a clear, stable frequency signature that matches your intended outcome. Let's get specific. Say you want to create a timeline where you run a thriving business. You visualize the symbol, your office, your clients, your income. Now comes the encoding. You attach the emotional state of confidence, encoded as internal calm and open chest. Joy, encoded as warmth in the gut and ease in your breath. Stability, encoded as grounded feet and regulated nervous system. You feel those states in your body as you hold the image. You don't just think about joy. You activate joy. Now your syntax is executable. Not vague, not confused. It carries emotional data the quantum understands as real, live, and actionable. That's the difference between intention and instruction. So how do you develop the skill of emotional encoding? You stop trying to feel positive. You start feeling aligned. There's a massive difference between artificially generating emotion and skillfully summoning the right emotional code for the outcome you're instructing. This isn't about forcing yourself to feel something you don't believe. It's about choosing the emotion that matches the version of you that already exists in that timeline. The key word here is match. You're not inventing emotion. You're retrieving it from the field, from the version of you who is already living what you're requesting. Let's break this into a method you can use. Emotional encoding framework. Step 1. Identify the timeline. Choose one specific outcome or reality you are programming. Don't generalize. Get precise. What version of you are you aligning with? Step 2. Identify the emotion of that timeline. Ask, what emotion would I consistently feel if that reality was my baseline? Not what you hope to feel, what you would naturally feel. It might be ease, certainty, celebration, flow, trust. Step 3. Summon that emotion now. This is the encoding step. You bring the emotion into the present moment, even before the outcome arrives. You don't pretend. You remember. You find that emotion somewhere in your memory, your body, or your imagination, and you amplify it. Step 4. Overlay that emotion onto the symbol. Now visualize the symbol, the scene, the object, the moment. Infuse it with the emotion. Feel the image become alive through the emotional charge. This is not positive thinking. This is structural encoding. Step 5. Breathe and anchor. Take a breath that matches the emotional tone. Slow and full for peace. Strong and rhythmic for power. Open and soft for joy. Let the encoded command settle into your field. Feel it as real. Then let it go, not to dismiss it, but to allow the field to execute it. This is precision-level syntax. Not repetition. Not pleading. Not performance. It's broadcast clarity. Now here's where most people fail. They use misaligned emotion. They visualize wealth but attach guilt. They visualize success but feel pressure. They visualize love but encode anxiety. The syntax becomes scrambled. The field tries to execute, but the instructions contradict themselves. You've now seen the fix. And more importantly, you've learned the real function of emotion in the manifestation process. It's not just fuel. It's data. Tells the field. This is the vibrational identity of the outcome. Match this. Emotion is not a response. It's a constructor. That means you no longer wait to feel better. You feel constructively, on purpose, with clarity, in harmony with your command. Now that you've gained access to encoded feeling as a command tool, it's time to address one of the most devastating and common manifestation errors, the misalignment between energy and intention. Because next you will see how saying one thing and feeling another collapses your entire output, and how to bring yourself into energetic congruence so the universe finally gets a clean signal from your field. Congruent energy determines quantum clarity. Nothing else matters if this isn't in place. You can visualize all you want, speak affirmations, script with detail, feel deeply, but if your energy isn't congruent, if your signal contradicts your intention, your syntax gets canceled. Not ignored, not delayed, canceled. This is one of the harshest truths in reality creation, but it's also the most liberating. Only congruent signals render. That means when your thoughts, emotions, symbols, and energy all point in the same direction, the field responds without confusion. When even one part of that system is misaligned, your signal weakens or fragments. Congruence is coherence. It means everything about you, mind, heart, nervous system, posture, attention, says the same thing at the same time. Let's break this down. Say you're intending to manifest a new opportunity. Your thoughts are saying, "This is coming. I believe it." Your words are saying, "I'm ready for the next level." But your body is saying, "I don't trust this." Your emotional field is saying, "I still feel unworthy." Your posture is collapsed. Your breath is shallow. Your sleep is scattered. To the quantum, that's a mixed signal. Here's, "I want this, but not really. I'm open, but not safe. I'm ready, but tense." And the result? Either nothing happens, or something distorted happens, or the opportunity arrives and slips away because your field can't hold it. Congruence isn't about intensity. It's about alignment. It's when your energy, intention, and embodiment are broadcasting the same frequency, without static. This is the key to speed, to clarity, to stability, because the universe isn't responding to your enthusiasm. It's responding to your consistency. Let's explore the 3 types of congruence. 1. Cognitive congruence. This is when your conscious mind agrees with your desire. You've cleared limiting beliefs. You trust the process. You're not contradicting yourself mentally. Without this, your intention has no focus. Your thoughts scatter your signal. 2. Emotional congruence. Your body believes what your mind is saying. Your nervous system feels safe. Your heart is open to the outcome. Without this, your field emits fear even when your words sound confident. 3. Energetic congruence. Your vibration holds the frequency of your desired timeline as default. It's not about feeling hyped. It's about feeling stable in that state. You're not visiting the vibration. You live there. This is what creates field fidelity. When the quantum sees that your field isn't flickering, it starts to build upon that signal. So how do you achieve congruence? You stop fragmenting yourself. Most people live in conflict. They desire one thing but embody another. They say yes but feel no. They visualize one version of life but act in patterns built for a different one. Your job isn't to get everything perfect. It's to remove the contradictions. Let's build this into a calibration tool. Congruence calibration method. Step 1. Declare your outcome. Say it out loud. I'm ready for insert outcome. Pause. Then scan. Step 2. Body response. What happens in your breath? Your gut? Your heart? Your shoulders? Do you feel openness or contraction? Step 3. Emotion response. Do you feel calm or doubt? Relief or fear? Identify the dominant emotion, not the one you wish for, the one that's actually there. Step 4. Thought interference. What does your inner voice say immediately after the declaration? Are you sure? That's not realistic. You've failed before. We'll see. That's your static. Step 5. Align one layer at a time. Start with the most accessible point. If your body is tense, relax it. If your thoughts are cynical, reframe them. If your emotion is fear, meet it. You don't push anything. You bring everything into harmony with the outcome. Sometimes that means slowing down. Sometimes it means recalibrating the outcome itself. But always, it means removing internal opposition. Congruence isn't perfection. It's honesty and alignment. When your whole system says, yes, this is real, I'm safe, I'm ready, then manifestation becomes response, not effort. From this point forward, your practice is not to force outcomes. It's to live in congruence with what you say you want. That's how syntax becomes stable. That's how timelines lock in. That's how the field begins to build upon you, not resist you. Now that you understand how misalignment cancels your manifestations, we're going to expose how your reality has been coded without your permission. Next, we will show you exactly how media, culture, and other people have been writing over your internal syntax, and how to reclaim authorship over your own system. You've been programming your reality. But here's the part no one warned you about. So has everyone else. Your mind, your language, your beliefs, your energetic field. These have been programmed by external syntax injections your entire life. Not maliciously, not always consciously, but consistently. From the moment you were born, your operating system was vulnerable, wide open, receptive, and it's been receiving commands ever since. Parents, teachers, media, religion, social culture, authority figures, peer pressure, advertisements, stories, music, repetition. Each input shaped your syntax, not your ideas, your core structure. You weren't just told what to believe. You were programmed with default instructions for how reality works, what's safe, what's dangerous, what's possible, what's not. And most of it went in without your permission. This is what we call unconscious field hijacking. And the reason your manifestation efforts often feel blocked, scrambled, or delayed is because you're trying to write new code on top of old, infected syntax. Let's call this what it is. You've been hacked. Not by technology, by energy. You're walking around with foreign code in your system. You think it's you, but it's not. The fear of being seen? Probably not yours. The belief that money is hard to earn? Probably not yours. The idea that relationships equal suffering? Most likely installed by someone who never healed theirs. You absorbed it. It got stored. And now it runs. This doesn't make you weak. It makes you human. But here's the good news. Once you become conscious of these unauthorized programs, you can deactivate them. Not with resistance, not with shame, with awareness. Because here's what reality creation actually requires. You must clean the syntax before you write new commands. No more layering affirmations on top of trauma. No more scripting over unresolved rejection. No more visualizing abundance while your core language screams, "This isn't safe." You must reclaim your system. Let's break down how these unauthorized programs were installed, and then show you how to identify and remove them. Three main sources of field hijacking. 1. Repetitive environmental input. What you hear, see, and feel every day becomes normalized. If you grew up hearing, "We can't afford that. Life is a struggle. People can't be trusted. You're too much. Keep your head down." Then you absorbed not just the message, but the emotional structure behind it. Those phrases weren't just sound. They were syntax packets. Charged, repeated, stored. The field received those instructions and locked them in. Now, every time you try to create a new outcome, that old program runs a countercommand in the background. 2. Authority-based imprinting. Your system gave extra weight to anything said by perceived authority figures. Parents, teachers, coaches, clergy, doctors, leaders. Their words bypassed your filters because their energetic status meant truth to your subconscious. So when a teacher said, "You're not that smart," or a parent said, "You're difficult," or a pastor said, "You're sinful," your system encoded it. Emotionally, energetically, structurally. That code is still in there until you extract it. 3. Trauma-locked syntax. In moments of high emotional intensity, your system becomes hyperreceptive. That means any statement, belief, or assumption formed during trauma locks in more deeply than normal. Example, you're humiliated in front of a group as a child. The emotion, shame. The thought, "I should never speak up." The syntax, visibility equals danger. That becomes a rule. It runs silently. You don't remember creating it, but your life reflects it. So you stay small, quiet, invisible, not because you lack ambition, because your field still runs trauma-encoded syntax. And no new script will override that until it's cleared. This is why traditional manifestation models fail. They focus only on input. They ignore what's already running. Now that you understand how syntax is hijacked, you're ready for the repair. Here's how to begin deprogramming unauthorized code. Syntax deprogramming process. Step 1. Identify a repeating pattern. Find an outcome that never seems to change, no matter how hard you try. Write it down. Then ask, what belief must be running for this to keep happening? Let your body answer. Step 2. Trace the voice. Whose belief is this? Where did it start? Was it modeled to you? Spoken over you? Felt in your environment? You don't need perfect memory, just a directional sense. Step 3. Separate ownership. Say clearly, "This is not mine. It was installed. It's not aligned with who I am now. This is not woo. This is identity sovereignty." You're removing foreign code with authority. Step 4. Reassign the command. Choose a replacement syntax that matches your desired frequency. Make sure it's neutral and grounded. Example, "I'm not good enough" become, "I am valid. I am stable. I am present." You're not trying to fly high. You're restoring clean signal. Step 5. Breathe and anchor. Take a few slow breaths. Touch your heart or solar plexus. Speak the new code. Let it land. Repeat this whenever resistance arises. Not as a habit, as a field update. You're not just fixing a mindset. You're clearing corrupted syntax that's been blocking your outputs for years. And once that's done, you finally have the clarity to upgrade your language. Because next we will guide you through the process of sharpening your energetic command line, refining every word, phrase, and structure you use so your entire system speaks fluent dimensional syntax. Your language is not just communication. It's code. It's infrastructure. It's your energetic command line. Every sentence you speak, internally or externally, updates your field. It either strengthens your syntax or corrupts it. You're not just expressing thoughts. You're issuing orders. And now that you've begun clearing the foreign syntax injections, you're ready to do something powerful. Calibrate your language. This means taking your speech, your self-talk, your affirmations, your casual words, and aligning them so precisely with your intended frequency that they become pure executable code. No more contradictions. No more vague statements. No more sort of declarations. Just clean language. Structured. Stable. Effective. Let's start by understanding why this matters. Every word you speak carries three components: frequency, the vibration your word emits; intent, the energetic payload it delivers; structure, the logic pattern it creates in your subconscious. If any of those are off, your code misfires. Example, you say, "I'm trying to grow my business." Frequency, hesitation; intent, hope, not instruction; structure, effort-based struggle. Now say, "My business is expanding." Frequency, steady; intent, active command; structure, present, grounded, forward-moving. Which one do you think the field responds to? The second one isn't better sounding. It's syntactically cleaner. That's calibration. Let's break it into practical patterns. Common syntax corruptions and calibrated rewrites. 1. From hope to instruction. I hope I can. I'm stabilizing this now. I wish it happens. This is aligning with me. Maybe one day, this is part of my field. 2. From effort to integration. I'm working on it. It's integrating. Trying to stay grounded. I am grounded now. Practicing patience. I embody presence. 3. From future to now. It will come. It's in motion now. Eventually I'll have it. I'm accessing it. It's coming. It's here and stabilizing. 4. From external to internal authority. I need permission. I authorize this. I hope they accept me. I choose alignment. Let's see if it works. This is unfolding as intended. These are not semantic tricks. They are dimensional recalibrations. You are shifting the command tone of your field from passive to authoritative, from scattered to clear. You are not just sounding better. You're building a structure the quantum can respond to with clarity. Now here's how you make this real. Language calibration practice. Step 1. Choose a theme. Pick one area of life: wealth, health, relationships, self-image. Write down 5 to 10 common phrases you catch yourself saying about that area. Be honest. Step 2. Diagnose the syntax. Look at each phrase. What is it actually instructing the field to do? Delay? Doubt? Confusion? Conflict? Write that next to it. Step 3. Rewrite with precision. Replace each phrase with one that matches the frequency you are choosing to live from. Not exaggerated. Not fluffy. Precise. Calibrated. Clear. Step 4. Speak with integration. Don't just say the new phrases. Speak them from your body. Feel them as commands. Slow down. Breathe. Let the field hear you. You're not trying to convince yourself. You're updating the code. Step 5. Install and recheck. Use these rewrites throughout your day, especially when your old syntax tries to surface. When it does, stop and say, "That's not current code. I'm speaking from alignment now." Then reissue the new command. This isn't about control. It's about clarity. Because once your language becomes stable, your life reflects it. Everything around you starts to mirror your calibrated tone. People respond differently. Opportunities stabilize. Your energy field becomes magnetic. Not because you forced outcomes, but because your syntax became readable. Now you are no longer broadcasting noise. You're issuing commands with structure, rhythm, integrity. And next we will take this even deeper by decoding a hidden part of your syntax. One you didn't choose, but have been carrying your entire life. Your name. Because next you will discover how the sound and energetic vibration of your name has been shaping your field since birth, and how to reclaim it as your most powerful personal code. Your name is not a label. It's not just how people identify you. It's one of the most powerful pieces of syntax you carry. The sound of your name creates a vibrational key that unlocks, or blocks, access to certain realities. You were not randomly named, and whether you realize it or not, your name carries with it a frequency signature. That signature has been shaping your relationship with identity, manifestation, self-worth, and the field around you since the day it was first spoken. Your name is syntax. Let that settle. Every time someone says your name, they're sending a command to your energetic field. And every time you say your own name, out loud or silently, you're reinforcing that code. But here's what most people don't know. For many, the code isn't clean. It's inherited. It's distorted. Carries frequencies that don't match who you've become or who you're trying to become. Your name might be encoded with family expectations, religious programming, generational trauma, limiting archetypes, subconscious identities you've outgrown. And if the syntax of your name doesn't align with your chosen frequency, then every time it's activated, it calls forth the old version of you. The universe responds accordingly. Let's break this down clearly. When a name is spoken, it releases sound geometry. That geometry moves through the quantum field. It holds emotion, memory, meaning, all wrapped into the syllables and vibration. If that geometry is tangled with fear, shame, pressure, or rejection, the signal it emits is fractured. And fractured signals create unstable timelines. Now let's take this further. Most people never consciously choose their name. They inherit it. It's spoken over them. They adjust to it. But what if your current name, legal, birth, nickname, or otherwise, no longer reflects your field truth? This is not about changing your name for style. It's about recalibrating your identity code. Because your name, if tuned properly, becomes an activation key. Every time you say it or hear it, it locks you into your most aligned frequency. And if not, pulls you backward. Let's show you how to find out. Energetic name assessment. Step 1. Speak it slowly. Say your full name aloud. Then pause. Scan your body. What happens in your chest? Your gut? Your jaw? Do you feel alignment or contraction? Step 2. Assess the emotional echo. What memories or roles come up when you say this name? Do you feel empowered, neutral, obligated, disconnected? Step 3. Separate the layers. Break down your name into components. First name equals self-image. Middle name equals hidden programming, often ancestral. Last name equals family field code. Each part holds different instructions. What emotions are stored in each? You might feel strong in your first name but disconnected from your last. Or you might feel fully present in your middle name, but rarely speak it. These are clues. Now let's be clear. You don't have to legally change your name to shift your syntax. You can recalibrate it energetically. Here's how. Name rescripting practice. Step 1. Choose an identity frequency. Decide what energy you want your name to activate. Examples: sovereignty, peace, boldness, creativity, magnetic power. Step 2. Speak your name with that frequency. Now say your name while feeling that emotion. Let the tone, breath, and presence match your chosen frequency. This rewrites your field's association. Step 3. Create an energetic alias, if needed. If your current name consistently feels out of sync, create an energetic name just for you. This isn't about hiding or escaping. It's about upgrading. Choose a name, nickname, or word that holds the vibration you want to live in. Let it be sacred. Use it internally. Let your system respond to it. Step 4. Speak with authority. Whether you use your current name or a new code, speak it with sovereignty. Say, "This is my code. This name activates my aligned field." Let your body anchor it. Let your frequency accept it. This is not semantics. This is reality syntax. Because when your name becomes clean code, it stops recalling past identities and starts anchoring future timelines. You are no longer defined by the roles others assign to your name. You become the author of your identity code. Now that your personal name is clean and aligned, we are ready to show you something far more advanced. Words that collapse timelines. Words that shift realities. Words that open dimensional doors when spoken with precision. Next, we will teach you how to identify and speak portal words that act as interdimensional syntax keys, the kind that doesn't just describe reality, but reconfigures it in real time. Most words describe things, but some words do more than describe. They shift. They reconfigure energy. They bend time. They collapse old timelines and initiate new ones. These are portal words. When spoken with intention, emotion, and alignment, portal words create dimensional jumps. They are not metaphorical. They're energetic commands that carry high charge frequency, and the field responds instantly. Let's make this clear. Most people use language to report. They say what's happening. But portal syntax doesn't report, constructs. You don't use it to observe reality. You use it to generate it. These words function like energetic buttons. When pressed, they send instant instructions to the quantum system. Let's look at a few examples. Now, this word is a compression portal. It takes future energy and collapses it into the present. When you say, "Now I stabilize abundance," you are not requesting. You are commanding that timeline to become current. I command. This phrase changes your role in the field. It shifts you from passive participant to active architect. The universe does not respond to need. It responds to congruent authority. Command is not aggression. It's clarity. Open. This is a gateway command. When you say, "Open the channel," "Open the path," "Open my field," you're initiating movement through energetic barriers. You're instructing the field to remove delay, resistance, or distortion. It is done. This phrase collapses the field into completion. It locks the outcome into a present state, not as wish, as declared outcome. I activate, another high-charge initiator. This brings latent codes online. I activate my clarity. I activate this timeline. I activate remembrance. These are not just affirmations. They're syntax packets. Each portal phrase has a function just like code in a script. You're not guessing. You're issuing commands. Let's build this into a usable tool. Portal syntax invocation process. Step 1. Identify the timeline. Choose the outcome or state you are ready to make current. Not someday. Now. Step 2. Choose the correct portal word. Match the intention to the appropriate syntax. To initiate, activate. To stabilize, anchor. To compress into now. To finalize, it is done. To clear interference, release. To call in energy, summon. To open access, open. To confirm authority, I command. Step 3. Speak the syntax aloud. Say the full command. I activate full alignment with this frequency. It is done. Open the path to this version of me now. Anchor this outcome in my present field. I command it. Step 4. Feel the result. After speaking, go silent. Let your nervous system feel the shift. Observe your breath, your spine, your heart rate. The field has received the command. Trust the transmission. Now repeat, not for force, but for consistency. Each time you speak, you reinforce the bridge between your current position and the reality you're accessing. This is dimensional engineering through language. And there's a reason this works. Portal words bypass logic. They carry encoded authority. They create collapses in the linear timeline, bending probability toward your declared intent. This isn't magic. The syntax at scale. You're not waiting for things to happen anymore. You're building reality in real time through speech. This is how you become not just a speaker of language, but a constructor of timelines. Next, we will take everything you've learned about syntax and emotion and show you how to script your new reality using emotionally encoded language that instructs the quantum with magnetic accuracy. Scripting isn't journaling. It's not fantasizing on paper. And it's not writing nice things to feel momentarily inspired. True scripting is quantum instruction. It's how you issue syntactically clear, emotionally encoded, symbolically potent commands on purpose. Now that you've mastered portal words and activated dimensional syntax, it's time to learn how to stabilize those commands into a living document that the quantum can continuously reference and build upon. This is scripting, but not like you've ever seen it. This isn't about affirmations. This is about architecture. The emotional encoding you learned earlier now becomes the tonal framework for your scripts. Without that, your words have no voltage. They sit flat on the page, unable to pierce into the field. But when your scripts are charged with emotional fidelity, your written words become executable syntax packets that update your field instantly. You're not writing about your reality. You're writing as your new reality. So why does this work? Because the quantum doesn't distinguish between imagination and actuality. It distinguishes between vibrational reality and conceptual noise. The more emotional charge, symbolic clarity, and frequency alignment a written script contains, the more convincingly the field renders it as present truth. Let's map out the elements of an effective quantum script. The 3 pillars of quantum scripting. 1. Emotional encoding. Every line of your script must carry the tone of the outcome you're manifesting. Ask yourself, what emotion defines this timeline? Is it calm certainty? Is it expansive joy? Is it magnetic safety? That emotion must infuse every word choice, every sentence rhythm, every breath while writing. If your emotional tone is off, your script will misfire. 2. Present moment command structure. Avoid language like, I want to, I hope one day, I'm trying to create. These all collapse the signal into a future field, meaning the universe delays manifestation indefinitely. Use structure like, this is already unfolding. I exist in this state now. This frequency is stabilized in my body. You're not describing a possibility. You're declaring a current state. 3. Symbolic anchoring. Use vivid, high-fidelity symbols that activate your subconscious. Instead of, I'm successful, say, my voice moves through rooms with certainty, and people lean in as if the air has changed. Instead of, I have financial freedom, say, I walk into each moment as if I already own the building. Calm, directed, and quietly magnetic. Symbolic language makes your script legible to the quantum. Why? Because the field doesn't read your thoughts as text. It translates your syntax through emotion-rich imagery. Now let's build a real process. The quantum scripting process. Step 1. Choose one timeline. Decide on one clear reality you're coding. Could be about wealth, relationship, health, identity, or purpose. But do not script multiple intentions in one draft. Each script must be precise, clean signal, single purpose. Step 2. Identify the emotional geometry. Name the emotional frequency this timeline lives in. Example. If you're scripting a thriving creative career, the emotion might be flow, expression, impact, or artistic euphoria. Now feel that emotion in your body. Let it fill your tone as you write. Step 3. Activate the portal opening. Start your script with a portal phrase. Now I stabilize. This timeline is present and embodied. It is done and anchored. This marks your writing as a command, not a wish. Step 4. Describe the field with symbolic precision. Write 5 to 10 sentences describing your new reality using all 3 pillars. Emotional tone, present structure, symbolic depth. Examples. Each breath moves cleanly. There's no static in my chest anymore. People sense my clarity before I speak. Even silence has weight when I enter the room. My body interprets wealth as safety now. There's no adrenaline, just knowing. Step 5. Anchor with command closure. End with finalizing syntax. This is current and real. I authorize this field now. It is stabilized. This tells the quantum there is no further work to be done, only rendering. Step 6. Read aloud with breath and stillness. Don't rush. Let each line land. Feel your voice as a delivery system, not for performance but for integration. This is how scripts are heard. Now here's a tip. Don't script every day. That signals lack and reopens the field unnecessarily. Script when you want to issue a clean command and then let the field respond. Observe your reality over the next 24 to 72 hours. Look for micro-adjustments, signs, alignments, shifts in tone from others. These are indicators that your script was received. And if you ever feel foggy again, read it aloud. Not as affirmation, as identity reinforcement. Next, we will hand you actual plug-and-play templates for advanced dimensional scripting. These are not generic lines, but field-tested structures that deliver magnetic syntax to the universe. Now that you've built the skill of emotionally encoded present tense, symbolically aligned scripting, it's time for the next evolution. Templates. Templates are field-stable script frameworks. structured sentence formats that automatically align your intention with executable quantum syntax. Why do these work? Because they're written with the 3 pillars already embedded. You don't have to guess the format. You just fill in the specifics. It's like giving the universe a ready-to-run program instead of a vague request. These templates save energy, reduce doubt, and increase field accuracy because they remove the syntax errors most people make while scripting. Let's build your toolkit. Template 1. Identity calibration. Use when upgrading your energetic self-concept. I operate in this body as the version of me who insert specific outcome. I no longer carry the energetic residue of insert old pattern. I walk through this field with insert tone, e.g., authority, grace, certainty. This identity is installed and stabilized. Example, I operate in this body as the version of me who speaks clearly and gets paid for truth. I no longer carry the energetic residue of shrinking or delaying. I walk through this field with deep command. This identity is installed and stabilized. Template 2. Financial reality shift. Use when shifting from lack frequency to abundant stability. Wealth responds to my stability. I no longer perform for money. It meets me where I breathe. Every number in my account reflects the balance I hold in my nervous system. I'm not chasing. I'm calibrated. Template 3. Energetic relationship upgrade. Use when rewriting relationship syntax and attracting resonance. My field speaks the language of safe connection. The people drawn to me speak in aligned frequency. I no longer interpret chaos as attraction. My presence magnetizes trust, play, and growth. Template 4. Timeline anchoring. Use when locking in a newly stabilized outcome. This timeline has clicked in. The signals are consistent. My energy no longer wavers. This version of me is operational, embodied, and aligned. No residue remains. Template 5. Manifestation of creative purpose. Use when calling in clarity and opportunity in work or art. Creation flows from my root, not my head. I express without filter and receive without delay. The work I do is recognition of who I am. I don't chase impact. I broadcast truth. Each of these templates can be customized, but do not edit the structure. The sentence rhythm is intentional. The syntax carries built-in energetic cues the field recognizes. Let's practice customizing one in real time. Suppose you're shifting into a new leadership identity. Start with, I operate in this body as the version of me who, now add, leads with clean decisions and calm fire. Continue, I no longer carry the energetic residue of apologizing for clarity. And end, I walk through this field with magnetic responsibility. This identity is installed and stabilized. Now read it out loud. Breathe with it. Feel it not as affirmation but as field registration. This is how fast the shift can happen. Because templates are more than sentences. They're entry points into new configurations of you. Next, we will anchor all of this quantum syntax into the 3D world, using anchor words and grounding rituals that bring high-frequency realities into physical manifestation. Scripting is powerful, but without anchoring, it floats. Your new timeline must not just exist in your mind or in the quantum. It must be installed in your body, habits, tone, and daily field expression. That's what anchor language is for. Anchor language is the practice of bringing high-frequency, multidimensional scripting down into your 3D nervous system, your environment, and your daily speech. Because if your new code stays abstract, the field may register it, but you won't. And if you don't embody it, the field will not stabilize it. This is where most reality creators lose traction. They write excellent scripts. They speak clear affirmations. But they fail to anchor those instructions into the behaviors, tones, and habits that prove, this is real. This is current. This is now. Let's make this concrete. If your script says, I am stable and expansive in wealth, but you check your bank app obsessively. Say things like, I can't afford that out loud. Hold your breath when paying bills. Then the field hears, this is not real. You created the script, but you failed to ground the code. Grounding isn't emotional hype. It's daily, repeatable, body-based integration of your highest syntax. This is the work of anchor language. Let's look at how it works. Anchor language is made up of 3 components. 1. Embodied phrase loops. These are simple, repeated phrases that carry the tone of your scripted timeline and are spoken in your normal day-to-day life. They're not affirmations. They're confirmations. They feel natural. They sound grounded. They lock in your chosen vibration as a background hum. Examples. This is standard. I move with clarity. It's already handled. I'm available for ease. My energy is clean. Wealth is normal. You use these not for performance, but for signal calibration. Every time you say 1, your body aligns to the tone. Your field gets a stability signal, and the quantum reinforces that stability. Use them while walking, doing dishes, driving, breathing, stretching. Repeat without effort. Let the field get used to your new tone as baseline. 2. Consistent linguistic boundaries. You must eliminate contradicting statements permanently. If your script says, "Love flows easily," then you can't also say, "Dating sucks. I always attract the wrong people. No one's available." These phrases collapse the anchor. They pull your syntax out of alignment. So create boundary phrases. That's not my timeline. I don't broadcast that anymore. That belongs to an old field. I'm not available for that version. These aren't escapes. They are syntax shields. They block distortion from seeping into your stabilized script. 3. Microintegration rituals. Anchor language becomes even stronger when paired with small actions. Saying "this is handled" while clicking submit on a payment. Saying "I'm safe now" while locking your front door. Saying "it's clicking in" while making morning coffee. You pair the phrase with a sensory moment. This brings the language out of the abstract and into your nervous system. Your body learns the new field is safe, repeatable, normal. That's the secret. The field follows your body, and your body follows your language. So the more consistently you embed anchor phrases into your actions, the more easily your field can hold your new timeline without disruption. Let's create a simple daily anchor practice. Daily anchor calibration. Morning phrase. Today is already aligned. I'm catching up to what's already true. Body scan phrase. My breath holds the frequency of completion. Action phrase before any task. This act stabilizes the outcome. Midday retune. It's already shifting. I just keep walking. Evening close. This version is settled. I rest in it. Keep these phrases clean, simple, grounded. Speak them with zero performance. Let the tone be subtle, confident, normal. This is the real integration. Not what you say in ceremony, but what you say while brushing your teeth. That's how the new code clicks in. Now that you've anchored the upgraded language into your habits, it's time to step into the deepest layer of reality change. Rewriting the core energetic identity that governs your entire field output. Next, we will teach you how to detect and rewrite the version of you that's still generating your past, and install the new one as your permanent operating frequency. Everything in your life is a response to one thing, the version of you that the universe sees. Not the version you hope to be, not the one you script about, not the one you perform for others. The version that your energetic field currently broadcasts as me. That's your identity frequency. And until that signal changes, nothing else sticks. No matter how perfect your script is, no matter how clean your portal words are, if your underlying identity code still screams, "I'm small, I'm limited, I'm not enough," then the quantum matches that every time. This is why we don't just think new thoughts. We become new syntax sources. Identity is not personality. Identity is the energetic instruction set you live from. It's the hidden script that your entire field is built around. And here's the big truth. Most people never consciously write it. They inherit it, or build it from trauma, or piece it together from approval, fear, and repetition. But you're done with that now. You are going to learn how to hack your energetic identity and install a version of you that holds, sustains, and accelerates the timeline you've scripted. Here's where we begin. How identity frequency works. Every version of you emits a specific combination of emotion, belief, behavior, tension, tone. These components form a signature broadcast. That signal tells the field, this is what to send back. If the version of you is scared, hyper-alert, and apologetic, the field brings chaos and control. If the version of you is grounded, directive, and self-honoring, the field brings flow and respect. This is not about faking it. It's about switching operating systems. Here's how you do it. Identity Rewrite Protocol. Step 1. Identify the current broadcast. Close your eyes. Ask, what does the field think I am right now? Listen. What traits, assumptions, or beliefs does your current field carry? Common themes. I'm always behind. I have to prove myself. People don't get me. I'm waiting for permission. This is your active identity code. Step 2. Choose the upgraded version. Now ask, what identity would naturally attract and stabilize the timeline I want? It's not about labels like rich or famous. It's about structure. What version of you breathes slower, speaks clearer, moves more deliberately, feels more permission? Write a 3-line description. This version walks into a room and softens it with calm. They don't explain, they radiate. Their silence has gravity. Step 3. Identify the conflicts. Ask, what does my current field do that contradicts this version? Do you people please? Avoid direct language? Overthink before you speak? Shrink your physical space? These are your identity fractures. Not flaws, just misalignments. Step 4. Install the rewrite phrase. You now speak the new code with a clarity command. Example, that was the old field. This identity is operational now. I'm walking as the version already selected. This is not a trial. This is my tone. Say it slowly. Let your posture match. Let your voice shift. You are not pretending. You are switching systems. Repeat this code in moments of decision. When you're about to make a choice. When you feel triggered. When you wake up. When you walk into a room. You are not resetting every day. You are building consistency. And with each repetition, the universe recalibrates what it sends. Because now, your self-definition emits stability. You stop trying to convince anyone. You stop over-explaining. You stop performing growth. You just become the stable frequency of your desired timeline. This is the real identity shift, not motivational hype, but field alignment. Next, we will expose one of the subtlest blocks that can sabotage all of this. The hidden language of resistance, cloaked in normal-sounding thoughts that actually cancel your output. Every person has one. A core frequency. A signature tone that, when accessed, makes all manifestation faster, cleaner, and more magnetic. We call it your prime frequency. It's not a personality trait. It's not a mood. It's a home tone, the energetic setting where you are most clear, most aligned, most magnetic to your chosen realities. Think of it like a tuning fork. When you hit that tone, your entire field vibrates in harmony. Manifestations become instant. Scripts land deeper. Portal words hit harder. Timelines stabilize quicker. The key is not to generate this frequency. It's to find it and learn to stay in it without effort. Let's walk you through exactly how to do that. What is a prime frequency? It's the feeling state where your energy is coherent. No contradiction, no internal conflict, no resistance. In that frequency, you don't overthink. You don't second guess. You don't perform. You simply broadcast truth, and the field responds with equal clarity. Your prime frequency is not bliss. It's not ecstasy. It's alignment. For some, it feels like deep calm. For others, steady direction. For others, a feeling of quiet magnetism. It's unique to you, and once you find it, everything accelerates. How to find your prime frequency. Step 1. Recall a time of pure alignment. Think of a moment, however brief, where you felt totally like yourself. You weren't overthinking. You didn't need approval. The outcome didn't matter, but the moment felt perfect. Now close your eyes and relive that. Slow it down. Extract the emotion. What does that feeling taste like? That's your tone. Now name it. Is it steady certainty? Stillness? Open-hearted clarity? Boldness without apology? Step 2. Test the tone in the present. Bring up a current script or goal. Now speak it from that emotion. Example, instead of saying, I receive aligned clients, while feeling nervous, try saying it from your prime tone. Say, still confidence. Aligned clients are already in proximity. My field knows who to call. Notice the difference. Does your body relax? Do your words land better? That means the tone is accurate. Step 3. Practice accessing the tone daily. You don't need a ritual. You need access. In the morning, ask, what version of me holds this tone today? Let your breath, posture, voice all reflect it. Then speak your script from that tone. Prime frequency scripting isn't about words. It's about energetic coherence. Frequency maintenance protocol. To stay in prime frequency, surround yourself with tones that match people, sounds, spaces. Eat, move, and rest in ways that reinforce that tone. Use breath as a tuning tool. Don't chase the tone, return to it. Anytime you feel off track, ask, am I speaking from my home tone? If not, stop. Recenter. Speak again. You don't need more tools. You need consistency in your signal. When you walk through life in your prime frequency, the field doesn't need long explanations. It already knows who you are. It already knows what you've chosen. And it begins delivering faster, not because you worked harder, but because your signal became unmistakable. Next, we will learn how to use that tone not just to project energy, but to speak through time, hacking future timelines with frequency-coded intention. You are not limited to the now. Your energy doesn't stop at your skin, or even at the edge of this moment. The quantum doesn't recognize time as linear. To the field, now and later are equally addressable. And that means your language doesn't just shape your current reality, it writes instructions to the future. This chapter opens the door to time hacking, the ability to send emotional symbolic instructions forward in time, so that future versions of you receive and act on them automatically. It's not prediction, it's programming. Let's begin by getting clear. Time is a dimension of position, not of limitation. When you speak a command charged with emotion and symbolic clarity, that command creates a resonance through the field and through time. Here's how it looks in practice. You say, 3 days from now, I walk into clarity with ease. That version is already real. You've just sent a frequency packet ahead. And in 3 days, your field looks for confirmation of that command. It starts recalibrating people, signals, and decisions so that you arrive at that moment aligned with the script you embedded. Here's what's wild. The more specific the timeline syntax, the clearer the results. So let's break down the structure of effective time-coded language. Time hacking syntax framework. Step 1. Choose the time point. Pick a clear moment in the future, not vague. Examples. This Friday, 2 hours from now. Next time I walk into that office. The field loves precision. Step 2. Choose the frequency outcome. What emotion, alignment, or behavior do you want to stabilize at that time? Clarity, certainty, safety, magnetism, confidence. Name it clearly. Step 3. Build the syntax packet. Use one of these templates. At future point, this field stabilizes into emotion/experience. The version of me that shows up at time already holds tone. Future self moment is receiving the benefits of this command now. Example, tomorrow at 3 p.m., I walk into the room with breath-based certainty. The field already knows I belong there. Step 4. Anchor the packet with present now activation. Seal it with, this is spoken now. This is live code. This field obeys syntax across all dimensions. The resonance is launched. Say it out loud. Let your tone match the outcome. Your frequency becomes the delivery system. Why this works? Because the quantum doesn't prioritize sequence. It prioritizes signal strength. It doesn't matter when you speak. It matters what you broadcast. And when your field sends a high emotion, high symbol command, That signal gets stored like a scheduled event in energetic software. You're not waiting for the future. You're structuring it. Let's take it deeper. You can not only send codes forward, you can set them to activate under specific conditions. Conditional time programming. Use syntax like, the moment I hear the word my system clicks into trust. As soon as I see that number, my timeline realigns. Every time I touch this necklace, I activate clarity. This creates embedded commands in your field that the future self will execute as if they're instincts. It's reality automation. You're making your system self-correct. Now let's build this into a daily integration tool. Daily time hacking routine. Morning. Today at noon, I receive confirmation of alignment. The field responds clearly. Afternoon trigger. The moment I enter the meeting, I stabilize. Breath leads. Syntax holds. Evening recovery. At 8 p.m., my system resets and calibrates. This version is released. Repeat daily for 3 to 5 days to feel the system respond. Once your field accepts the new time syntax as standard, these commands become natural. And here's the bonus. When you speak to your future, you also empower your past. Why? Because once your system realizes you can time script forward, it reinterprets your past as a choice, not a trauma. And with that clarity, we're now ready to install the next upgrade. How to implant energetic commands into your actual life moments, so the field keeps responding, even when you're not thinking about it. Not all instructions need to be repeated. Some can be implanted. Once you've spoken a command with enough clarity and congruence, that code can live inside your day, your actions, even your environment, and continue executing without your conscious attention. These are called intention implants. They are specific, embedded instructions that ride along with your energy and activate in real-time situations, just like software triggers. You don't repeat them over and over. You install them once with conviction and allow the field to carry them out. This is the next layer of quantum programming. Here's the big principle. The quantum doesn't need repetition, it needs clean delivery. When you implant a coded instruction into your reality with full congruence, the universe treats it as live logic. Let's see how it works. What are intention implants? They are coded phrases, gestures, or emotional charges tied to specific events, objects, or locations that act as reality triggers. For example, you touch your wallet and say, "This holds codes of expansion." It multiplies. You enter your workspace and feel, "This place responds to my clarity." You drink water with, "This anchors the frequency of stabilization in every cell." These are not habits. They are intentional codes delivered with syntax. Once delivered, they run in the background. Let's break down the implantation structure. Implant programming blueprint. Step 1. Choose the target. Decide where or when you want the implant to operate. Examples: morning breath work, shower time, opening a laptop, first eye contact with a partner, placing a hand on your heart. Step 2. Define the desired outcome. What is the implant supposed to deliver? Increased clarity, nervous system safety, manifestation alignment, energetic reset, magnetic trust. Step 3. Build the code phrase. Use clear syntax with present emotion. Templates. This act stabilizes desired frequency. Every time I do this, my field remembers emotion/identity. This object carries the command to activate/expand/clear. Example: every time I open this notebook, my creative channel is clear and instant. This is how I speak my highest syntax. Step 4. Speak and seal. Say the phrase aloud once. Then seal it with, "This implant is live." It runs without manual input. This is clean code. This tells the field, execute this automatically. You've now installed an intention implant. Implant library, quick examples. Object implant, phone. This device carries clarity. It doesn't leak my energy. Location implant, bed. This space stabilizes rest. My field repairs in silence. Action implant, walking. Every step echoes my tone of sovereignty. Interaction implant, handshake. My energy repatterns connection with every touch. Each time the trigger occurs, the implant executes. You don't think about it. You just live in the field it produces. And here's where it gets even more powerful. You can implant reality codes into people, spaces, and systems. Examples. My bank account reflects calibration. It multiplies from rest. This room absorbs and returns gratitude. Every email I send carries respect and precision. This is not superstition. It's structured, energetic coding. You're speaking to the intelligence that underlies form. Now, one final upgrade. You can even create nested implants, codes that stack on top of each other. Example. You implant this into your morning coffee. This cup activates clarity. And you add. This clarity leads to wealth-generating ideas. Now the coffee activates clarity. And clarity activates flow. And flow creates wealth. This is syntax chaining, a form of compound manifestation logic. Let's give you a short practice to get this started. Intention implant integration practice. Morning. Place hand on heart. Say, this contact grounds trust. Trust moves everything today. Midday action. Before sending a message, this communication holds my signature, clean and magnetic. Evening wind down. Before lying down. This rest codes my field for full integration. Tomorrow starts ready. Repeat these implants consistently for 3 days. Observe the shifts. You'll begin to notice your environment responding faster, your body holding new codes longer, and your thoughts aligning with your commands. Next, we will take your growing multidimensional language and begin crafting scripts across multiple timelines simultaneously. Speaking as the versions of you that exist in different realities and watching the quantum field converge them into one. You've been scripting in one timeline, one field, one identity stream. That's over now, because you don't just exist in one version of reality. You exist in many, and they are all accessible through dimensional syntax. This chapter reveals how to speak not just to your current reality, but to parallel versions of you, and collapse them into convergence. This is multidimensional scripting. It's the art of issuing commands across timelines. Why does this matter? Because each version of you, the rich you, the healthy you, the relationship-aligned you, is already broadcasting. But they're not yet aligned with your current syntax. Until you start speaking their language, the quantum cannot merge those streams into now. Let's break this open. What are parallel scripts? They are field instructions that address alternate versions of you that already hold the outcomes you desire. When you speak to them and as them, you begin to create a magnetic pull across timelines. That gravitational field causes convergence. Let's say you're in a version of life where money feels distant. But you know there's a version of you who breathes wealth, speaks value, moves with financial stability. You can script. The version of me who holds effortless wealth already lives in clarity. I stabilize their syntax now. You are not calling something in. You are collapsing the distance. When done correctly, multidimensional scripting creates overlap, where multiple timelines begin to bleed into each other until they merge. Let's build the process. Multidimensional scripting protocol. Step 1. Identify the timeline versions. Pick 2 to 3 parallel versions of you that represent key outcomes. Examples: the artist who creates with no filter, the parent who leads with love and clarity, the speaker who magnetizes audiences with truth. Name them. They are not fantasies. They are active broadcasts you can now tune into. Step 2. Create identity descriptors. Write 2 to 3 lines per version describing how they feel, act, and speak. Example: the artist me doesn't flinch when starting. They trust what arrives. Their body is fluid, and their audience is waiting. Step 3. Begin your script in merged syntax. Open with phrases like, the versions of me that hold clarity, wealth, and love are co-present now. All identities that serve my highest timeline speak in unison today. I am the merged stream of power, grace, and trust. Step 4. Write in present moment command tone. Each paragraph should include symbolic descriptions, embodied language, emotional encoding. Example: When I breathe, all timelines align. There is no delay. The wealthy me, the loved me, the healthy me, all stabilize in this nervous system now. Step 5. Conclude with convergence code. Seal with timeline threads converge in this vessel. This reality stabilizes multiplicity. I walk as the full field. When you read this aloud, let your voice change slightly for each identity stream. Let your tone embody the multidimensionality. You are no longer requesting reality. You are functioning as the merged center point of it. And here's what happens next. Your field begins organizing time, people, and resources in nonlinear ways. Money comes from odd channels. Love feels familiar with strangers. Opportunities show up without cause. This is not luck. It's dimensional integration. Now, for the paradox. There's one syntax that collapses time faster than any scripting. It's not words. It's not tone. It's silence. Let's open the door to the highest command the universe always responds to, without fail. The most advanced syntax command is not verbal. It's not written. It's not spoken. It's silence. And not the silence of repression. Not the silence of uncertainty. The silence of void authority. This chapter teaches the final, most potent form of communication in the dimensional language system. Void language. This is not an absence of signal. It is a field resetting pulse of signal purity. When done correctly, silence is not passive. It becomes the strongest syntax command you can issue, because silence tells the field, all that I've spoken is complete. No confusion remains. This field doesn't need more input to deliver. Let's understand what silence really means. The myth of more language. Most people overscript. They think more affirmations equals faster manifestation. More journaling equals deeper embodiment. More talking equals greater clarity. But the field isn't impressed by volume. It responds to coherence. At a certain level of clarity, additional syntax begins to add noise, not signal. This is where you must learn to stop input. Let the field respond to your last command. That's what silence does. It signals finality. It says, you heard me. Now render. Let's explore how to use this. Void syntax practice. Step 1. Deliver the final command. Speak your dimensional script. Issue your anchor phrase. State your identity code. Then pause. Let the breath settle. Step 2. Choose the silence duration. Common practices. 33 seconds of stillness. 1 full breath cycle per sentence. Sitting in stillness until the nervous system stops reaching. This is not waiting. This is execution mode. Step 3. Stay empty, not expectant. Don't watch the clock. Don't monitor the outcome. Just become a blank field. This is how the quantum detects truth with zero distortion. Because silence carries your tone without interference. Now here's the truth. Your nervous system may panic. Silence can feel like uncertainty. But it is not void of creation. It is charged with trust. This is why silence works. Because it doesn't just speak to the field, it speaks as the field. Let's go deeper. Using silence to collapse resistance. When you feel inner static, racing thoughts, doubt, urgency, don't add affirmations. Go still. Say nothing. Let the nervous system remember, I don't need more to be safe. This resets your syntax baseline. You'll find that after 1 full minute of silence, many of your previous problems vanish. Not because they're solved, but because they were never part of your current field to begin with. They were noise, and silence clears noise. Let's give you a protocol. Silence integration ritual. Before speaking a script, pause for 33 seconds. Let the field prime. After scripting, sit with hand on chest. Say, the field heard me. I add nothing. When triggered, breathe. Count slowly. Say nothing, not even internally. Let the silence run the code. This ritual reprograms your nervous system to trust stillness as an instruction, not a punishment. It's the opposite of trying. It's stability in motionless command. And now here's the master-level use. When your field is unstable, too many timelines, too much input, go silent for 6 hours. No manifestation work. No scripting. No intentional thought. Just let the quantum reset your signal to its last stable command. The result? Cleaner results. Faster alignment. Deeper certainty. Because the field is always listening. Even to what you don't say. Next, we will move into a powerful form of communication beyond words or silence. The syntax of body movement and breath as direct quantum instruction. You've spoken the words. You've encoded emotion. You've used symbols, silence, scripts. Now it's time to activate the oldest syntax on Earth. Movement and breath. Before language, before writing, there was body coding. The quantum doesn't just interpret speech. It reads how you walk. It listens to how you exhale. It registers how you move through space. Every gesture, posture, and breath is an instruction. This chapter teaches you to issue commands without sound, to speak energy through form. Let's get clear. Your body is a language machine. Every tilt of the chin, roll of the shoulders, step, turn, breath cycle is a vibrational syntax structure. The field listens. It always has. But most people move in contradiction. They speak power but slouch. They affirm confidence but breathe shallow. They script abundance but clench their fists. This sends a mixed signal, and the quantum defaults to the dominant signal, which is often fear. Let's upgrade your nonverbal syntax. The 3 channels of nonverbal command. 1. Posture as signal. How you hold your spine, shoulders, and chin creates a baseline tone the universe reads constantly. Upright, relaxed posture equals trust plus authority. Collapsed, tight posture equals caution plus incoherence. Rigid, tense posture equals fear masked as control. Practice. Stand. Inhale slowly. Roll your shoulders back. Drop tension in the jaw. Let your chest rise softly. Then think your primary script. You'll feel the frequency become clear, stable. That's a posture-based syntax delivery. 2. Movement as field engraving. Every walk, gesture, or stretch carves patterns into your field. Create daily motions that represent the timeline you're anchoring. Examples: walk with deliberate slowness for grounding timelines. Move with soft precision for clarity timelines. Circle your arms for creative flow timelines. These aren't random. They're body sigils, animated geometry. Use them consistently and your nervous system will treat the timeline as current. 3. Breath as instructional syntax. Breath is the most direct energetic signal. Short, panicked breathing tells the field, I'm not safe. Long, rhythmic breathing tells the field, stability is here. Proceed. Inhale plus retain plus exhale plus pause equals full signal loop. Use breath as punctuation. Example scripting session. Speak line. Inhale 3 seconds. Hold 3 seconds. Exhale 3 seconds. Silence 3 seconds. This turns each line into a coded burst. No extra energy needed, just intentional pacing. Let's give you a nonverbal coding routine. Embodied syntax sequence. Morning wake up. Stretch arms upward slowly. Breathe in confidence. Hold breath. Lower arms. Release breath audibly. Pre-work activation. Walk 10 steps slowly with head high. Whisper stabilized once. No talking for 1 minute. Midday reset. 5 breaths. Eyes closed. Palm on chest. Think the phrase, this moment is clarity. Evening grounding. Sit cross-legged. Inhale 6 counts. Hold 4 counts. Exhale 8 counts. Let body soften. These movements carry field instruction. You're not performing rituals. You're speaking in the most ancient, accurate syntax system. And once your body becomes the broadcaster, your voice doesn't need to push. The quantum listens to how you breathe before it hears what you say. Now let's take it 1 layer deeper. What if you could keep issuing commands while asleep? You can. Next, we will show you how to install scripts and syntax into the one place your conscious filters can't distort, the dream realm. You don't stop broadcasting when you sleep. In fact, you often broadcast more clearly. Because when your conscious mind rests, your energetic field speaks without resistance. And the quantum responds even faster. This chapter introduces sleep coding, the practice of installing syntax and commands into your energetic field during the sleep cycle. It's not passive, it's precise. The sleep state is the zero-filter interface between your inner field and the dimensional grid. When done intentionally, dreams become codebooks. Sleep becomes signal delivery. Your bedroom becomes a quantum lab. Let's break this down. Why sleep is the ideal programming window. In waking life, your syntax competes with doubt, old scripts, external interference, logic filters. During sleep, these shut down. Your field remains active. Your subconscious opens. The field listens without contradiction. But you must prep the syntax before sleep and seal it with clarity. Let's walk you through it. Sleep coding ritual. Step 1. Prime the field 30 minutes before sleep. Dim lights. Reduce all digital stimulation. Avoid strong mental input. Speak a sentence aloud. This body calibrates. This mind relaxes. This dreamscape obeys syntax. This tells your field to shift into passive command mode. Step 2. Choose the command. Pick one focus. Examples. Stabilize confidence. Clear an old timeline. Call in a symbol. Merge with a parallel self. Write a single sentence that encapsulates the goal. Tonight, I stabilize the confidence of the version already chosen. Step 3. Emotionally encode. Feel the phrase. Speak it softly with closed eyes. Breathe it in like incense. Let your body believe it. Step 4. Deliver the sleep syntax phrase. Before lying down, speak. This command runs through sleep. My field listens. My dreams instruct. Repeat twice. Then lie down. No more talking. No more mental chatter. Allow the system to take over. Step 5. Dream catch plus morning seal. Upon waking, write down any symbols, emotional themes, specific phrases heard, patterns noticed. Then write, this dream sequence is decoded and integrated. Instructions received. That's the sleep coding loop. Simple, clean, powerful. You've now turned your unconscious hours into productive quantum time. You may notice over the next 24 to 72 hours, sudden clarity, faster manifestations, less need for repetition, unexplained peace. That's the sign your dream syntax was executed. And here's an advanced move, multi-night stacked dream commands. You can install multi-layered codes over multiple nights. Night 1. Clear all residue from old timelines. Night 2. Install base-level stability. Night 3. Open connection to wealth-aligned self. Night 4. Collapse resistance pathways. Night 5. Lock in magnetism as default signal. Each night builds on the last, until your dreamscape becomes a dimensional instruction zone. And here's the key. You don't need to remember all the dreams. You only need to program them cleanly. The field remembers. The code runs. Your job is to issue stable syntax and let the system execute. You're no longer asleep. You're operational even in rest. Next, we will explore a crucial reality you must always keep in mind. The universe is literal. It obeys exactly what you say, even the parts you think it ignores. It's time to face the truth. The universe doesn't get what you mean. It responds only to what you say, what you feel, and what you signal. Takes you literally, and not in the way people interpret you, in the way the field decodes your syntax. This chapter reveals one of the most overlooked truths in quantum creation. Your language is law, and the universe is not reading between the lines. It's executing the lines as you broadcast them. Every sentence, thought, and emotional imprint is an instruction, and the field follows it precisely. Let's explore how this plays out in real life. You say, I just want enough to get by. And that's exactly what happens. You scrape by, not because you're blocked, because your command was obeyed. Or you say, I'm always the one who gets overlooked. And suddenly your promotion slips through your fingers. That message never gets returned. That opportunity goes to someone else. Not coincidence. Command execution. This is why awareness is not enough. You must become hyper-intentional with your syntax. Let's explore how the literal quantum interpreter works. The 3 layers of literal syntax. 1. Direct statements. These are what you say out loud, to others or yourself. Examples: I'm broke. I suck at relationships. This always happens to me. These phrases register as affirmations, not complaints. The quantum doesn't feel bad for you. It just matches the signal. 2. Sarcastic language. You say jokingly, knowing my luck, it'll all fall apart. Oh great, what next? I'm just a hot mess today. You think you're being funny. The field thinks you're issuing a binding command. Sarcasm is energetic sarcasm too. It carries frequency. And the frequency is instability. 3. Energetic subtitles. These are the phrases you say with energy, even when you use different words. You say, I'm ready for abundance. But your tone carries, I'm not sure if I can handle it. The field doesn't listen to the words. It listens to the subtitle. And the subtitle wins every time. Let's break this down even further. Why trying fails. The word try carries an embedded syntax of possible failure. You say, I'll try to make it work. To the universe, that means, I'm giving permission for this to collapse. Better replacements. This is stabilizing. I'm doing this cleanly. I move with clarity now. Why need cancels alignment. You say, I need this to happen. The frequency of need is lack. The field interprets the emotional encoding, not your desire. Better syntax. This is chosen. This is aligned. This version of me already lives in it. Even casual phrases matter. I'm dead. Field. Death codes. I hate people. Field. Social dissonance. My luck is the worst. Field. Luck collapse. None of this is meant to create fear. It's meant to create precision. Let's practice a real-time recoding. Literal language correction sequence. Step 1. Catch the phrase. Anytime you hear yourself say something negative, stop. Step 2. Ask, what command did I just issue? This bypasses defensiveness and creates clarity. Step 3. Speak the reversal command. Use a correction phrase. That code is cleared. I speak new syntax now. Correction installed. A new phrase. Example. You say, I can never figure this out. Pause. Then say, code cleared. I stabilize in clarity now. Do this often enough and the field will learn to ignore sloppy language and wait for stable syntax. Let's install a daily literal language calibration. Literal syntax calibration practice. Morning phrase filter. Before saying anything out loud, run it through this question. Is this a code I want to live inside today? Midday cleanup. After any frustration, say, I revoke that signal. Field. Reset. Evening reprogram. Write down 3 things you said that carried unwanted syntax. Then rewrite each one with clean dimensional language. This practice sharpens your field to precision. Because once you begin to speak with that clarity, you'll realize something astonishing. Your life is still being shaped by the commands you issued years ago, even if you forgot them. Now we will teach you how to uncover and rewrite the hidden scripts from your past that are still coding your present. You've been a programmer longer than you knew. From the moment you first formed beliefs, spoke with emotion, or reacted with fear, you were writing syntax. And some of those scripts are still active. They run like hidden apps in the background, shaping your field, your results, your relationships, all without your conscious approval. This chapter teaches you to become a reverse coder, a master at detecting, decoding, and deactivating outdated quantum instructions from your past. Because until you do, those old commands compete with your new ones. You script, I'm magnetic to aligned partners, but your old code still says, I always get hurt, and the field doesn't cancel either. It tries to merge them and creates chaos. So here's what you must learn to do. Find the old code. Read it without fear. Neutralize it. Replace it. Let's begin. How past scripts stay active. Every emotionally charged experience creates a syntax imprint. If that moment wasn't consciously recoded, it embeds. You might have said at age 12, I'll never be good enough. And if that phrase was charged with shame or sadness, it programmed your identity field. That code can stay active for decades unless overwritten. The issue isn't that you meant it. The issue is that your field still believes it's true. Let's identify how to trace these hidden codes. Reverse coding protocol. Step 1. Identify the repeated outcome. What pattern keeps returning? Financial instability, emotional abandonment, social rejection, delayed success. This outcome is the fruit. We're now looking for the seed. Step 2. Ask, what belief or phrase was born right before this first appeared? Scan your memory. When did this start? What moment triggered this loop? What words did you say or hear that became script? Example, I failed that test. I'm just not smart. Or, they cheated. I must not be lovable. These are syntax seeds. Step 3. Write the old command as a sentence. Be specific. I'm always the one who's left. I have to earn love. I don't get picked. This creates clarity, not victimhood. Step 4. Neutralize the old code. Say aloud, that code served its timeline. It is now deactivated. My field revokes that script with full authority. That syntax is archived, not active. Feel the shift. Let your breath soften. Then write or speak the new code. I am seen, chosen, and stable in aligned connection. I access ease in all systems. I hold intelligence in every layer. This replacement syntax must be emotionally encoded. Don't just write it. Feel it. Let your nervous system accept it. Daily reverse coding practice. Morning scan. Ask, what old phrase am I still acting out today? Write one line. Correct it with spoken syntax. Midday catch. Notice when your emotions spike in familiar loops. Stop. Ask, what script is running? Name it. Revoke it. Replace it. Evening archive. Write down any behavior that felt like the old you. Then write, that was a residue loop. It doesn't belong here. This trains your field to deactivate outdated syntax automatically. And once that old code is gone, your current commands don't have to compete. They execute cleanly. They stabilize faster. They manifest without distortion. Next, we will reveal the phenomenon of frequency mismatch, when you're doing everything right but the results haven't arrived, and what's really happening behind the scenes. You've done the scripting. You've aligned your syntax. You've even cleared your old codes. But the thing hasn't shown up yet. Where is it? This chapter exposes a misunderstood truth in the manifestation world. A delay in results doesn't mean a failure in code. It often means a frequency mismatch, a short but critical gap between what you're commanding and what you're embodying. This is the energetic version of trying to tune into a station while your dial is off by 0.1 megahertz. You're close but not locked in. And the field doesn't deliver what you almost match. It delivers what you fully hold. Let's break this down clearly. What is frequency mismatch? It's when your syntax and your system aren't operating on the same emotional vibration. You say, I receive aligned clients now. But your body is holding, what if they don't come? What if I mess it up? Or worse, the command tone is desperation, not clarity. To the quantum, that's a split signal. It holds your script until you become congruent. Let's define the 4 kinds of frequency mismatches. 1. Emotional frequency lag. You speak the right words, but your emotions are delayed. This often happens after trauma, disappointment, or burnout. You don't feel the emotion you're supposed to, so the field holds off, waiting for a clean delivery. Fix. Breathe first. Speak only from emotional neutrality or resonance. Don't fake high vibe, stabilize instead. 2. Nervous system override. You issue a command, but your nervous system is in survival mode. The field reads fear louder than affirmation. Fix. Ground the body before speaking. Use movement and breath to clear static. Speak after calm, not during chaos. 3. Identity lag. You're speaking as your future self, but behaving like your past self. The quantum receives the signal. She's not her yet. Fix. Change behavior first. Speak from identity, not toward it. Ask, What would the me who has this already be doing today? 4. Timeline confusion. You're switching scripts too often. Today it's wealth, tomorrow it's just enough. The next day it's release all attachment. The field doesn't punish you, it just pauses. Fix. Choose one core field theme per week. Layer other scripts around it, not against it. Let's now learn how to recalibrate and match your desired frequency quickly. Rapid Frequency Matching Protocol. Step 1. Name the outcome. Aligned partnership. Effortless income. Creative flow. Step 2. Describe the emotion that frequency holds. Safety, clarity, visibility. Step 3. Ask, am I holding this now? If no, ask, what's missing? Often it's safety or self-permission. Step 4. Stabilize that feeling before you script again. Use breath, movement, stillness, recall memory, visual anchor. Then speak your command from that frequency, not before. This is how you lock the signal. And if you still feel the delay, understand this. Manifestation is often in field transit. You may be holding the right signal, but the reality hasn't landed in 3D yet. This is normal. Don't recode out of panic. Hold the tone. Stay in congruence. Let the quantum deliver in its fastest path, not your most expected one. Because right now, something even more powerful is happening. The field is already responding. You're just not trained to hear it yet. Next, we'll show you how to finally listen to reality's responses, so you know what's actually working. You've been speaking to the field, but have you learned to listen back? Because here's the secret. Reality always replies. This chapter teaches you how to read those replies, not as signs but as quantum feedback loops. You're not just a sender, you're a receiver. And unless you learn to interpret the field's language, you'll keep missing the most valuable information in your entire manifestation process. Let's start with the core concept. Every moment is feedback, not reward, not punishment. Feedback. Your results, delays, synchronicities, even triggers, they're all the quantum echoing your last signal. Let's get specific. What counts as quantum feedback? Emotional surges after scripting, repeating numbers or symbols, unexpected delays or breakdowns, strong yes/no responses from your body, comments from strangers that match your scripts. These aren't woo. They're data points in your syntax loop. Let's decode them. Feedback type 1. Emotional spikes. You speak a script and suddenly feel joy, anxiety, resistance, guilt, tears. These aren't random. They're your field reacting. If it's resistance, you've struck a live wire. If it's joy, you've found coherence. Learn to read it like this. This joy means the field recognizes truth. This panic means I've hit an outdated code. This blankness means I need stronger emotion. Feedback type 2, time-based syncs. You script abundance. And then within hours, you find a penny. Someone says, overflow. You feel unexpected calm. That's not small. That's the quantum confirming. This signal is active. Learn to say, field heard, signal matched. Continue broadcasting. Feedback type 3, symbolic disruptions. You script stability. Your car breaks down. You script ease. You get delayed at work. This is not sabotage. It's residue surfacing to be cleared. Say, field is aligning. Static being removed. This confirms new code activation. Don't panic. Interpret. Feedback type 4, outer echo from others. A stranger says something that matches your script. A friend uses your exact phrase without knowing it. This is the field mirroring back your language. The universe speaks through people too. Don't ignore it. Log it. Say, syntax heard. Reflection received. Let's now build a method to track and act on these loops. Quantum feedback loop practice. Step 1. Create a syntax log. Keep a digital or physical journal titled Field Feedback. Log daily. Scripts issued. Emotions felt. Symbols seen. Conversations mirrored. Unexpected events. Step 2. Interpret, don't analyze. Ask, what tone is being reflected here? What part of me is being shown? Is this a pushback or a confirmation? Step 3. Respond with syntax, not emotion. Don't spiral. Speak. Examples. Field, I see you. Calibration noted. This feedback confirms timeline stability. Code updated. Emotion cleared. Thank you. You're now in dialogue, not monologue. Step 4. Wait for confirmation layer. After every feedback loop, wait for the second confirmation. It usually comes within 72 hours. This deepens trust, because the field is responsive, not random. You're now speaking and listening, coding and interpreting, broadcasting and adjusting. This is how reality becomes fluent. Next, we will use this fluency to structure your day into a series of microsyntax rituals, turning your entire life into an activated command interface. You now understand the code. You've restructured your language. You've rewritten your past. Now it's time to build a life that runs the syntax daily, automatically. This chapter is your blueprint for ritual, not superstition, not habit, but intentional sequences of behavior, movement, breath, and speech that activate and amplify your field from morning to night. You will no longer try to manifest. You'll live as a syntax system in motion. Here's the secret. The universe doesn't respond only to what you say once. It responds to what you live repeatedly with clarity. So let's build your day like a living spellbook. Core principle: daily structure equals field consistency. When your day contains predictable syntax moments, the field stabilizes faster, results accelerate, identity confusion drops, feedback becomes easier to read. Without ritual, your commands get diluted. With ritual, they become magnetic. Let's now build your syntax day from the ground up. Morning syntax activation. Upon waking, before phone. Sit up. Place hand on chest. Speak. Field is online. Breath is syntax. I begin this day as code. Movement sequence, 5 to 10 minutes. 10 slow steps. 3 arm circles. 3 deep exhales with release. Stand tall and say, today stabilizes clarity and forward movement. The quantum responds in kind. This calibrates your nervous system before any external input. Morning command imprint. After brushing teeth, speak aloud your primary timeline command. The version of me who leads with power and ease holds this body now. Then engage in one congruent action. Drink water intentionally. Write a one-line journal. Stretch while thinking your new identity phrase. Example identity script. I move as one who magnetizes aligned experiences without force. Say it before checking any apps, messages, or media. Now you're leading. Midday syntax stabilization. By noon, static starts to accumulate. This is where most people fall out of sync. Use the 3x3 reset protocol. 3 slow breaths. 3 posture corrections. Roll shoulders, straighten spine. 3 statements of current tone. Clarity is still active. Stability is not optional. The field echoes my calm. You've now prevented feedback distortion. Bonus: silent activation. Take 60 seconds to do nothing but be present. Let the field hold the tone for you. Silence is still command. Afternoon syntax checkpoint. Say, field status. Confirmed. All signals running clean. Then ask, what emotion do I want this next block of hours to hold? Speak it. Walk into it. Use posture and voice to match it. Power. Flow. Simplicity. Sovereignty. Evening recalibration ritual. Before eating dinner or logging off, sit quietly for 90 seconds. Ask, what did I broadcast today that I want more of? Speak that tone again. Today held grounded magnetism. That continues. Then gently say, field, log today's tone. Carry it through. You are training your reality to archive alignment. Pre-sleep syntax sequence. This closes your day cleanly. Lay flat. Place both hands on belly. Say aloud, this body codes while resting. My field is operational in rest. Then choose one phrase to sleep with. All timelines converge to stability. This nervous system anchors ease. I am safe to receive. Let it be the last thing you hear. Sleep is the most open field portal. Your syntax carries through the veil. This full-day system does not require perfection. Only presence and repetition. You are no longer scripting randomly. You are speaking to the field from every hour of your life. And now, it's time to address one of the most misunderstood areas of manifestation: money. Next, we will reveal the true energetic syntax that wealth responds to, and why most people unknowingly repel it with their words. Money listens, but not to begging, not to desperation, not to surface-level affirmations. It responds to very specific syntax structures, just like every other part of the quantum field. In this chapter, you'll learn how wealth actually hears you, and what kind of energetic emotional symbolic language it responds to with speed. This is not about manifesting numbers. This is about creating a magnetic field that wealth recognizes, respects, and moves toward. Let's get this straight. Money is not energy. Money is a frequency symbol. It is an imprint of stored permission, power, and value. When you speak to it correctly, it behaves accordingly. Let's break down the most common mistakes first. Why most money language fails. 1. Begging syntax. Please let money show up. I need more. I'm waiting for a miracle. The emotional imprint. Lack. The symbol. Imbalance. The result. Static or short-term appearance, followed by reversal. 2. Confused frequency. I want abundance, but the voice says, I feel undeserving. The field responds to the dominant tone, not the stated word. 3. Mixed commands. You script, I'm wealthy, then immediately worry about your account. Your broadcast is unstable. Money sees that as contradiction and backs off. Let's fix this with clarity. Core principle. Money responds to stability, not desperation. You must speak as if wealth is already listening, not trying to prove it exists. Let's install the wealth syntax. The wealth command framework. Step 1. Identity precode. Money responds to self-definition. Start with, the version of me who stabilizes wealth lives now. Step 2. Symbol-aware language. Never say, I can't afford. Money is hard. I'm trying. Instead, code symbols. This card amplifies flow. My bank account holds abundance. Each dollar reflects clarity. Step 3. Wealth field imprint. Create an environment that codes wealth. Speak to objects. This laptop prints value. This room channels money conversations. My voice moves currency. Every object becomes a syntax tool. Step 4. Daily money invocation, AM. Speak. Money, I acknowledge your signal. I am now a reliable vessel. You arrive with ease and clarity. This system supports your frequency. Don't force feeling. Just speak with tone and congruence, clearing repellent syntax residue. If you've ever spoken money-repelling code, clean it. Old syntax acknowledged. No longer active. Lack codes revoked. Field reset. This channel no longer emits scarcity signals. Your voice is the audit trail. Wealth scripting mini ritual. 5 minutes per day. Sit with spine aligned. Hand on solar plexus. Say, today my value is visible. My field emits permission for wealth to arrive and stay. Breathe in through nose, out through mouth. Whisper, wealth, arrival, stabilized. This repetition is not just affirmation, it is field conditioning. Example wealth scripts. Every exchange amplifies value. Money mirrors my internal structure, and I am congruent. This channel no longer leaks wealth frequency. Write your own, but always check for tone of stability, emotional neutrality or power, symbolic clarity, no contradictory phrases. Once you master this, you'll see money respond in unpredictable ways. Refunds you didn't expect, clients showing up without marketing, opportunities that reflect your internal upgrade. Not because you asked, but because you commanded with precision. Next, we will reveal how to apply the same syntax to the field of your body. reprogramming your health and biological energy through code alone. Your body isn't a machine. It's not a problem to fix. It's not a shell to control. It's a listening field. Every cell, tissue, and organ is already tuned into your internal broadcast. This chapter shows you how to speak health into your system, not metaphorically, but with measurable shifts. Because your body hears you. When you call it tired, it echoes fatigue. When you call it resilient, it accelerates repair. When you code it for clarity, it aligns faster than any supplement. Here's the truth. Medicine treats form. Syntax treats the field that creates form. Let's now treat your body as a programmable system. The biological syntax interface. Your body responds to 3 levels of input. 1. Emotion. Held emotion encodes signal distortions that become symptoms. 2. Language. What you say about your body becomes a command it follows. 3. Visualization. What you visualize determines energy distribution patterns in the system. This is not mind over matter. This is command through energetic input. Let's break it down. Step 1. Clear anti-health language. Stop saying, "I always get sick. My back is killing me. I'm so broken." These aren't descriptions. They're broadcast codes. Replace with, "My system recalibrates fast. My spine supports me with ease." Every cell is listening to wellness. The shift isn't just positive. It's instructive. Step 2. Build a health programming script. Start with a body acknowledgement. This vessel is intelligent. It remembers perfection. Follow with a correction phrase. All pain is old code being deactivated. This tissue stabilizes clarity. My blood carries precision. Seal with timeline anchor. This body now operates on the restored template of vitality. Repeat daily. Not out of need, but calibration. Step 3. Emotional imprint removal. Physical pain often holds emotional residue. Find the location. Head equals control/fear. Throat equals suppressed truth. Gut equals instability/safety issues. Back equals carrying burden. Say, "This location holds echoes. They are heard. They are released." Then breathe into it. 3 times. Slow. Present. Then speak. This area is now updated with the syntax of peace. This isn't wishful thinking. It changes frequency, which changes chemical messaging. Step 4. Health coding ritual. Morning wake phrase. This body is under new command. Wellness stabilizes with each breath. Midday reset. Place hand over heart. Say, "Signal check. Stable. System online." Evening recharge. Today's fatigue is feedback. Code adjusted. Field restored during sleep. Even when sick, avoid using illness as identity. Say, "This system is running detox. Restoration is active." Your words don't describe your state. They determine it. Let's now amplify healing with visualization. Body signal imagery. Before sleep or during breathwork, visualize. Light spiraling into pain areas. Gold filaments reconnecting cells. Black static exiting through feet. Systems glowing green or blue. Say internally, "This vision is the field's command." Execute. Even 90 seconds of imagery sends massive instruction to the quantum body field. Advanced, organ-specific syntax. Speak to systems. Liver, thank you for transmutation. I now stabilize grace. Lungs, you receive peace. Oxygen codes clarity now. Immune system, I authorize coherence. You carry love. This builds relationship with your body as a listening being. Health is no longer passive. It's an active dialogue. And now, so are your relationships. Next, we'll teach you to apply syntax to the emotional field of love, connection, and human intimacy, where the quantum is constantly scripting with you. You're not just coding money, health, or identity. You're constantly coding connection. And your relationships, romantic, familial, or social, are all manifestations of the syntax you hold internally. This chapter reveals how to reprogram the energetic language of love so that every bond reflects clarity, trust, and truth. Because here's the truth. You don't attract what you want. You attract what you broadcast. Let's explore what most people get wrong. Why relationships mirror your internal syntax. You say, I want love. But your inner field says, I fear betrayal. The field matches the true tone, not the spoken desire. You believe, I'm ready, but still speak. No one ever stays. The result, repetition, conflict, disconnect. Now we break the loop. Step 1. Audit your love syntax. Write down your 3 most frequent beliefs about love. It's rare. It always hurts. I'm too much. These are not opinions. They are field scripts. Replace with, love is natural and near. I speak truth and remain safe. My presence is calibrated for connection. Say it daily. Your field will start to speak those truths through others. Step 2. Activate the partner field. Whether single or partnered, you can rescript the emotional syntax of your relationship field. Say, the version of me who is magnetically aligned with stable, safe, deep connection is active now. Then, walk like someone who is loved. Breathe like someone who is chosen. Speak like someone who is safe to be seen. The field will adjust accordingly. Important. Stop broadcasting doubt after this. If you say, I trust it's coming, then follow with, but who knows? People are flaky. You just nullified the code. Step 3. Recode emotional imprints. Old relationships leave syntax residue. Clear it. The tone of abandonment has been acknowledged. That timeline is closed. Old scripts of toxicity are no longer relevant in this field. All past echoes dissolve. New connection syntax stabilizes. Then speak. I now emit the tone of reciprocal love. Repeat until your nervous system stops flinching at the idea of being seen. Step 4. Real-time relationship syntax. When speaking to someone you care about, stay conscious of your energetic output. No passive-aggressive phrasing. No joking jabs. No double-coded language. Instead, use, I speak from clarity and trust. My tone is aligned with stability. This field holds no performance. You will notice shifts immediately. Your partner might say, you feel different today. This is easier than usual. Something's shifted between us. That's because your syntax no longer triggers old response fields. Step 5. Anchor relationship codes. Speak your partnership into stability. We meet in truth, not fear. Our bond reflects clarity. Every interaction codes deeper connection. Whether spoken aloud or silently projected, this field syntax becomes real. And if you're not yet in the relationship, no problem. Pre-code the field. The me who loves and is loved is here now. They walk through this timeline with ease. You're no longer waiting. You're scripting in real time. Next, we will explore how the past can still echo in your field, even when you've moved on, and how to detect and remove those hidden, lingering commands once and for all. You've rewritten. You've realigned. You've scripted forward. But suddenly, you feel a strange emotion. The old fear. The unexpected grief. The hesitation that doesn't make sense anymore. Where is it coming from? This chapter reveals the silent saboteur. Energetic echoes. Past commands still reverberating in your quantum field. Not memories. Not trauma. But leftover instructional syntax you didn't consciously close. The universe didn't misunderstand your new code. It's just still receiving delayed instructions from your past self. Let's understand what energetic echoes really are. What are energetic echoes? They're fragments of old frequency emotion symbol combinations still lodged in your field. They show up as emotional reactions without a cause, blockages despite clarity, fear responses in safe environments, unexpected sabotage after progress. They are not you anymore. They are your past syntax, still active. Most people try to heal them emotionally. That's not wrong, but it's inefficient. You must neutralize the old command, energetically and linguistically. Let's build the toolset. Identifying your echo fields. Echoes often reside in environments you've outgrown, relationships you've released, projects that no longer serve. objects and spaces not yet cleared. Ask, what part of my current field was created by an old identity I no longer hold? Then ask, is it still broadcasting on my behalf? You may be shocked. Even a room decorated during a time of fear can carry a low-grade syntax loop. So how do we clear it? Echo neutralization protocol. Step 1. Speak the discovery. Say, this emotion does not originate from now. It is an echo. Step 2. Address the timeline. This command was relevant to a previous version of me. That version is now archived. Step 3. Break the loop. This syntax loop no longer has access to my current field. Breathe. Feel the click. Step 4. Replace the code. New command. Insert stable emotional symbolic signal. Example. This body now holds peace in stillness. This mind responds with trust by default. All echoes are acknowledged and integrated. You don't have to fight echoes. You just have to recognize and override them. Let's make this a daily practice. Daily echo checkpoint. At the end of each day, ask, did anything today feel old? Write the moment. Speak. That signal belongs to a past script. It is no longer authorized in this version of me. Do this consistently, and your field becomes cleaner than ever. No static. No sabotage. Just signal. Now imagine if multiple people were coding with this level of clarity, together. That's not just personal transformation. That's reality acceleration. Next, we will reveal how to harness the syntax power of groups, where shared command fields alter the collective experience faster than anything else. You are powerful, but you are exponentially more so in resonance with others. This chapter introduces one of the most transformative quantum tools available. Group syntax, the art of speaking reality into form with others who share your code. Here's what you must understand. The field isn't just listening to individuals. It's listening to harmonic clusters of aligned intention. One person coding is influence. 5 aligned people coding is a field directive. When 2 or more speak the same command, the quantum doesn't just hear it. It moves to reorganize probability faster than your singular self ever could. Let's break it down. The mechanics of group syntax. A group doesn't just amplify energy. It forms a shared frequency lattice, a multi-source broadcast tower. Every word, breath, emotion, and silence becomes an entangled instruction. This creates faster manifestations, bigger shifts, more stable outcomes. Feedback that moves entire timelines. Group syntax happens whether you intend it or not. Your friends, your social media, your spiritual circles. If they're broadcasting lack, you're sharing syntax with that field. So let's use it intentionally. How to build a group syntax circle. Step 1. Alignment. Every person must agree to speak from stability, non-victimhood, precision, no complaint language, no ambiguous goals. Step 2. Shared syntax statement. Craft one collective field phrase. We stabilize aligned expansion in this shared field now. Or, this group transmits sovereignty, clarity, and speed. Repeat aloud. Together, daily or weekly. Step 3. Energetic synchronization. Before scripting together, breathe together. Sit in silence. Set posture. Speak tone. Ready. Now you are synchronized. Step 4. Collective coding ritual. One person speaks their desire. Others say, field confirmed. Command stabilized. Timeline accepted. Then switch roles. Everyone becomes witness and amplifier. This is not groupthink. This is shared resonance for field override. Let's explore formats. Forms of group syntax. 1. Verbal synchrony. Each member speaks the same sentence simultaneously. The field receives one amplified signal. 2. Rotational command. Each person speaks a unique code, while others hold resonance in silence. 3. Symbolic amplification. One member holds a symbol. Others project energy/emotion toward it for 60 seconds. That object now becomes a field activator. Dangers of unconscious group syntax. If you gather with people who complain, people who default to sarcasm, people who don't know their words' code. You are entangling your field in unintentional sabotage. Be ruthless with this truth. Ask, is this group broadcasting signal or noise? If it's noise, step out. Protect your frequency integrity. Using group syntax for global impact. Advanced groups can project collective syntax into geographic areas, events, markets, timelines. Speak. We install piece codes into this region. We stabilize this launch with clarity. This timeline receives grace and order. You are now beyond manifestation. You are terraforming consciousness. This is not exaggeration. This is quantum protocol applied with precision. Now imagine what would happen if not just your group, but your entire environment started echoing the right codes. That's where we go next. We'll show you how to curate your surroundings so your frequency isn't just protected, it's elevated automatically. Your field is intelligent, but it's also absorbent. This uncovers one of the most subtle, yet powerful truths of manifestation. Your environment is speaking louder than your affirmations. You could speak abundance, health, or love into the mirror for hours. But if you're surrounded by low-frequency input all day long, your field will adjust to the louder source. You're not just a transmitter, you're a receiver, and the inputs matter. Let's define what a frequency environment really is. What is a frequency environment? It's the total sum of the people around you, the media you consume, the rooms you spend time in, the conversations you tolerate, the music, art, even furniture in your space. Each one broadcasts tone. Each one emits code. And your field entrains to the dominant frequency, just like water adopts the temperature of its container. Let's now explore how this shapes your reality commands. Symptoms of echo chamber distortion. If you struggle to stabilize your script, keep slipping into past loops, lose momentum right after breakthroughs, feel tired or numb around certain people, you're not blocked, you're outnumbered. Your internal code is being overwritten by surrounding noise. Now we fix it. Step 1. Audit your frequency inputs. Ask, who or what do I spend the most emotional time with? Go through top 5 people, top 3 apps, top 3 songs or shows, physical room setups. Ask, does this stabilize my timeline or destabilize it? If neutral, it's not enough. Only clear, elevating inputs are field builders. Step 2. Set syntax boundaries. For people, no more tolerance of habitual complaining. Distance from those who mock intention or consciousness. Soft exit from conversations based in sarcasm or victimhood. Say silently, this signal is not part of my field command. Mute. For media, remove news cycles coded in fear. Replace social feeds with syntax-aligned creators. Consume less content and more signal. Let every input be filtered through. Does this feel like clarity or distortion? Step 3. Curate a quantum-compatible space. Your room is a field command center. Update. Art that codes expansion. Books that match your identity. Lighting that supports breath and posture. Objects placed with intention, not clutter. Even the scent in your space holds vibrational tone. Make your home a syntax sanctuary. Step 4. Frequency anchors. Install these for constant reinforcement. One phrase on your mirror. This space holds clarity. One item in your pocket daily. This anchors my command signal. One hourly timer reminding you. Check tone. Correct if drifting. You're not managing mindset anymore. You're mastering environmental syntax reinforcement. Because here's the quantum rule. A clean field with few inputs is more powerful than a noisy one with all the right ideas. Once your field is clean, the results should stabilize. But what happens when things go wrong? What if you still manifest things that feel off? That's not failure. That's the glitch field. And next we'll show you why those mistakes are really recalibrations in disguise. You've set the command. You've aligned the syntax. Your frequency is clear. And then, something weird happens. A misfire. Contradiction. an outcome you didn't expect or ask for. This chapter reveals the mystery of the glitch field, those strange, unaligned manifestations that show up even when you've done everything right. Here's the key. They're not punishment. They're syntax correction sequences, part of the deeper code realigning itself. Let's demystify them. What is the glitch field? It's the temporary chaotic zone that occurs when old codes are collapsing. New fields haven't fully stabilized. Your field is getting tested for congruence. Residual instructions are surfacing for override. The field doesn't see this as a mistake. It sees it as a mid-script rewrite process. Glitches equals confirmation of change. Let's explore how they show up. Types of glitches. 1. Opposite manifestation. You script ease and chaos hits. You ask for clarity and confusion floods in. Why? Because the field must surface contrast to confirm your signal. Your job? Hold your tone. Don't rescript out of fear. Say, glitch confirmed. Rewrite in progress. Code stabilizing. 2. Repetition loop spike. An old pattern returns. X. An X messages you after months of silence, just after scripting self-worth. It's not sabotage. It's your field showing you, this is the test. Do you still resonate with this? Your choice determines the next timeline. 3. Misaligned arrival. You manifest money, but it comes with drama. You get the job, but feel drained. That's the field saying, you activated one part of the code, but the emotional alignment wasn't stable. Say, this field will not be reselect. Command refined. Clarity received. Then reissue a cleaner version. How to move through the glitch field. Step 1, pause and label. When something weird happens, stop reacting. Say, this is glitch field activity, not my stabilized timeline. Step 2, audit the trigger. Ask, what code just ran that I thought was cleared? What emotion am I transmitting in response? Don't judge, just observe. Step 3, speak correction. I correct the reaction. I correct the code. This was a syntax echo, not a new command. Step 4, reanchor. Use body movement, breath, or mantra. Example, stand up. Say, I hold the stabilized script. Breathe 3 times. Repeat your latest core command. You've just corrected a field drift without creating a new misfire. That's mastery. When to allow a glitch. Sometimes the glitch is part of the upgrade. Example, you lose a client but feel calm. Project gets delayed but you gain clarity. In those moments, say, this disruption is alignment disguised as disorder. I allow this recalibration. Field, stabilize the new opening. You're not avoiding bad outcomes. You're interpreting field messages. Let's install a system to stay stable during future glitch events. Glitch stabilization ritual. Daily check-in prompt. Is this reality reflecting my clean script or my cleanup script? To clean up, no panic. Just process and restate. Core phrase. Nothing is lost. Only noise is removed. This field is cleaner than yesterday. Say it once per day minimum. You will find that wrong events stop shaking you. Because they stop feeling wrong. They become clarifiers. And as the field cleanses deeper, you'll reach moments of complete stillness, where nothing moves on the outside, but everything is reforming on the inside. That's where we go next. We'll teach you why doing nothing is sometimes the strongest command the universe can receive, and how the sacred pause codes speed. You've been scripting, you've been coding, you've been signaling to the field relentlessly, and then, nothing, no movement, no synchronicity, no feedback. But what if this wasn't failure? What if stillness itself is a language? This chapter introduces the most powerful nonverbal command in dimensional syntax, the sacred pause. This is not hesitation. It's not stagnation. It's intentional silence. And in quantum language, no signal is a signal. Let's explore why. What is the sacred pause? It's a deliberate energetic quiet. A moment where you intentionally stop commanding. not out of doubt but as a high-frequency gesture of trust. It says to the universe, I don't need to push, I don't need to chase. The field already received my tone. And the field responds. With movement. Yes, paradoxically, when you stop scripting, the field finishes the script for you. Why the pause accelerates results. The pause removes signal interference, desperation loops, overcoding, frequency distortion. It becomes the quantum equivalent of hitting enter on your command. Let's break down the types of sacred pause. Types of sacred pause. 1. Silent confirmation. You speak a command once, then wait. No repetition, no rewording. That timeline is installed. Now you let stillness finish the instruction. 2. Movement instead of language. You go for a walk. You wash the dishes. You breathe in silence. Your body becomes the stabilizer. The field interprets presence as signal held. 3. Non-response to feedback. Something strange happens. You don't panic. You don't figure it out. You observe. Glitch noted. No reaction issued. That silence is powerful. It says, I trust my code more than my doubt. Integrating pause into daily practice. Use it like punctuation in a sentence. Syntax ritual example. Morning. Command issued. Midday total pause. No scripting. Evening. Gentle emotional resonance only. Let the field breathe. Let reality rearrange around your earlier input. This pause is not absence. It's field-level trust activation. But what if it feels like nothing's happening? That's the test. The sacred pause often feels like emptiness, boredom, disconnection. It's not. It's field integration. Say, I'm not empty. I'm quiet. And the quiet is working. Let the nothing stretch. And then, watch what emerges. The message, the opportunity, the timeline jump. It always happens after the pause, not before. Let's now build a pause container. Sacred pause container. 1. Declare it. I enter 48 hours of sacred pause. No new command is needed. 2. Limit input. No scrolling. No coding. No media that disrupts your tone. 3. Breathe instead of speak. Every time you want to say something to the field, breathe instead. You'll notice a massive drop in resistance and a rise in unexpected manifestations, because silence isn't absence. It's an upgraded syntax channel. You've now stopped reacting. You're simply receiving. And when the results land, you need to make sure they stay. That's where we go next. We'll teach you how to anchor the new timeline you've created, so it doesn't drift or collapse, but becomes permanent in your field. You've installed a new timeline. You've shifted your identity. You've felt the results start to land. But here's the question. Can your system hold it? Or will it drift, collapse, reverse? This chapter reveals the quantum tool of anchoring, the practice of stabilizing a newly manifested timeline using energetic, symbolic, and emotional implants. Because creating a new reality is one step. Holding it is mastery. Let's understand the phenomenon. Why timelines drift. Even when new realities land, they can unravel because of nervous system sabotage, doubt-based backtracking, environmental mismatch, lack of energetic repetition. The quantum doesn't punish this. Simply says, signal unclear, returning to previous stable code. So to avoid this, you anchor the new script. Let's begin. What is anchoring? Anchoring is the act of making a vibrational decision real through repetition, symbolic embodiment, emotional imprinting, physical ritual. Tells the field, this is not a desire, this is the current structure. And the field locks it in. Let's build your anchoring protocol. The anchoring sequence. Step 1. Acknowledge arrival. Don't skip this. Say, this result is now present. Timeline secured. Step 2. Body-based reinforcement. Move as though it's normal. shoulders back, breath even, gait calm. Your nervous system must believe it's safe to hold the new result. Step 3. Emotional download. Speak. My body is safe in this frequency. This success codes stability. The field holds. I don't have to cling. Let the emotion deepen, then release attachment. Step 4. Symbolic ritual. Choose an object. Assign meaning. A ring that represents wealth stability. A glass you drink from that codes clarity. A sound or chime that locks tone into the field. Use this symbol daily. Touch it. Name it. This object is a living anchor. Reality confirms. Step 5. Social repetition. Speak your reality casually in conversation. This is just how I live now. This kind of result is normal for me. My system stabilizes fast. This isn't showing off. It's energetic realism. You're broadcasting. This version of me is here to stay. Now let's install a long-term structure. Long-term timeline holding. Weekly field review. Ask, is this reality still active in my tone, body, and speech? If not, re-anchor. This timeline is still valid. Signal strengthened. Monthly reality marker. Do something you would only do if your timeline were permanent. Change a password. Get new clothes. Decline an old identity offer. Book something in advance. These aren't decisions. They're field confirmations. You're saying, this isn't a phase. It's a structural update. Now you've anchored it. Now you are it. The timeline doesn't just exist in the quantum. It's installed in your habits, speech, posture, and space. Next, we'll unlock the quantum's most mystical reply system, signs and synchronicities, and teach you how to read them like fluent, living language. You've been broadcasting, commanding, coding. Now it's time to learn how the field talks back. This chapter unveils the true language of synchronicity, signs, and symbols. How the universe gives real-time feedback to your frequency, thoughts, and emotional syntax. Let's begin with a truth you were never taught. Reality is always responding. You just haven't been trained to read the replies. Once you're fluent in field language, you'll never feel confused again. Because every event, no matter how mundane, becomes an intelligent reply. Let's decode the system. The feedback principle. In dimensional syntax, the universe doesn't just hear your code. It reflects it. Feedback from the quantum comes in 3 primary forms. Repeating patterns, numbers, words, visuals, unexpected alignments, chance meetings, coincidences, material echoes, objects, songs, glitches. Each carries meaning based on your active syntax. Let's explore how. Repeating numbers and symbols. 111 equals new identity scripting is initializing. 222 equals timeline stabilization in progress. 333 equals field is harmonizing emotional tone. 444 equals grounding command received. 555 equals syntax disruption or rapid rewrite active. Don't worship these numbers. Use them like dashboard lights, alerts, and confirmations. What to do? Pause. Recall what you were thinking or feeling. Confirm or correct the tone. Field noted. Signal aligned. Now let's go deeper. Emotional synchronicities. You feel calm, and birds surround you. You feel unsure, and a glitch appears. You shift tone, and a stranger speaks your command aloud. These are not magic tricks. They are field echoes. Reality mimics you in real time. Your job is not to obsess. Your job is to observe. Say, this is a reflection. I adjust or affirm accordingly. Misunderstood feedback, delayed signs. Sometimes a command shows up a week later. That's not lag. That's the field aligning with time-coded syntax. Some commands have built-in gestation, especially those with complex emotional layers. Example, you script clarity but doubt lingers. The field waits for doubt to drain before delivering results. Once that emotion shifts, signs flood in. So don't panic during delay. Instead say, signal is active. Delivery routes calibrating. Now let's talk about signs through people. Human signal mirrors. People around you are walking receivers. They reflect your tone before you say it. A friend randomly says what you were thinking. A stranger's t-shirt carries your command phrase. Someone brings up your exact fear, unprompted. These are field leaks and field affirmations. Use them like mirrors. This tone is visible. I confirm or correct accordingly. Building a sign reading practice. 1. Daily pattern scan. Ask yourself, what repeated today? Words, colors, emotions, events. Then ask, what command might have caused that? 2. End of day debrief. Say aloud. Today the field said, your interpretation. I receive. I adjust if needed. 3. Quantum listening window. Choose 15 minutes per day to stop speaking and simply observe. Watch traffic, wind, screens, people. Then ask, what's the message here? You'll be shocked how loud the answers are when you stop trying to force them. The danger of sign addiction. Do not make signs your source of power. You are the coder. Signs are just system replies. When unsure, say, clarity is internal. Signs are supplemental. Now you're grounded. Now you're fluent. Now you're stable. But there's one more language you must learn to read. The one you've tried to ignore, suppress, hide. Next we'll unlock the syntax of your shadow and teach you how your fear, shame, and pain are also speaking to the field. You've been learning to speak clearly, powerfully, intentionally, but something still happens. A result you didn't ask for, a conversation you dreaded, a memory that shows up as manifestation. Why? Because your shadow is speaking, and the field always listens, even when you wish it wouldn't. This chapter reveals the truth behind shadow syntax, the unconscious emotional language code that creates outcomes based on pain, fear, and unresolved emotion. You can't ignore it. You can't suppress it. You must decode it, speak with it, and rewrite it. Let's begin. What is shadow syntax? It's the broadcast that runs when you feel unworthy, when you expect failure, when you secretly doubt you're allowed to win. It doesn't care about what you say aloud. It cares about your hidden energetic command. Examples. I'm safe to succeed. Spoken. But success means abandonment. Unspoken. The field hears both. If your shadow holds a stronger frequency, it wins. Let's break this pattern. Recognizing shadow signals. Clues your shadow is coding. You keep manifesting the opposite of your desires. You experience resistance during breakthrough moments. You attract versions of people you thought you healed from. These are not blocks. They are scripts waiting to be updated. Ask, what must I believe in secret to attract this? Then go quiet. Let the answer land. Now we decode. Shadow syntax extraction. Step 1. Speak the unspoken. I admit my fear of being seen. I still believe love leaves. I carry guilt about receiving ease. This is not weakness. It's command transparency. Step 2. Validate the frequency. Don't reject the shadow. Say, this syntax once protected me. I honor it, but I choose a new code. Step 3. Rewrite the command. Visibility is now safe. Love is stability, not loss. Receiving creates peace, not shame. Now the field receives a new instruction. From your core, not your mask. Shadow ritual practice. Mirror method. 5 minutes. Look into your own eyes. Say, shadow voice. You are welcome to speak. Let the thoughts come. Then speak. New command issued. I hold the version of me who no longer needs to hide. Integration breath work. Inhale. I see all versions of me. Exhale. I speak only the truth of now. Do this 10 breaths. You'll feel the static shift. Because the shadow isn't your enemy. It's your untranslated inner language. Now it's clear. Now it's clean. Now it's yours to direct. Once you've cleared this, you're ready for total activation. Next, we will teach you how to live as a hyperconscious reality architect, where every word, gesture, silence, and presence is a code, and everything responds accordingly. You've learned to code. You've rewritten timelines. You've recalibrated tone, emotion, symbol, and identity. Now it's time to live like it. This chapter reveals the path of the hyperconscious reality architect. Someone who no longer reacts to reality but composes it. Intentionally, moment by moment. You're no longer a person who manifests. You are now a transmitter of creation events. Every interaction, every breath, every silence, every phrase, is all code, and it all creates. This is no longer about practice. This is embodiment. Let's begin with what changes when you move into this level of consciousness. Signs of a hyperconscious architect. You feel your tone before you speak it. People respond to your frequency, not just your words. You interrupt negative scripts mid-thought without emotion. You build energetic containers before projects, meetings, or sleep. Synchronicities stop surprising you. They become normal feedback. And more than anything, you stop chasing outcomes. You start composing inputs. The field is your canvas. As a hyperconscious architect, you begin every interaction by asking, what tone does this moment require? Then you set it, not with your words, but with your presence. This changes sales calls, relationships, problem solving, healing, time perception, because everything becomes codable. You start to move reality like clay. Let's define your toolkit. Hyperconscious coding tools. 1. Tone pre-installation. Before you enter a room, say, this space stabilizes truth and flow. Then walk in. Your tone precedes you. 2. Response override. Someone criticizes you, betrays you, doubts you. Pause. Breathe. Then silently say, this moment is an echo. I install a new tone now. Then respond from neutral. The timeline shifts. 3. Presence ritual. Stand still before anything important. 3 breaths. Say, I am the signal. I don't need to speak to be heard. You become a tuning fork. Reality reorganizes around you. Architecture versus affirmation. Affirmation is, I hope I'm enough. Architecture is, I already speak the code of value. It will be reflected. One is hopeful. The other is structural. You are now the latter. Let's reinforce your new identity. Daily habits of a reality architect. Speak slowly. Precision beats speed. Begin each day with a core frequency phrase. Refuse to explain yourself out of insecurity. Say no without justification. No is a command. Maintain a 10-minute silent window every day to stabilize your internal field. And most importantly, when chaos appears, see it as clay, not conflict. Ask, what script created this? What new syntax will dissolve it? Then say it, and watch it dissolve. This is power. Not theoretical, not emotional, but quantum. Next, you will put all of it to the test. We will now issue you a 7-day syntax challenge, where you'll apply everything live, feel real-time results, and see exactly what you're capable of when you don't flinch. You've learned the code. You've practiced the tone. You've shifted timelines, rewritten language, and decoded the quantum field. Now it's time to prove it. This chapter gives you a real-time test. The 7-day syntax shift challenge. 1 week of complete energetic and linguistic alignment. 7 days of choosing signal over noise. 7 days of holding tone like your life depends on it. Because it does. Let's get started. Day 1, total language calibration. Goal. Speak only in aligned syntax. Rules. No sarcasm. No, I don't know. No energetic backpedaling. Every phrase must match the tone of the reality you're scripting. Mantra. My words form futures. Today, I only build timelines I want to live. Log. Write down 3 phrases you corrected. Record how people responded differently. Day 2, emotional encoding. Goal. Infuse your body with the emotional signature of your chosen timeline. Method. Choose a phrase like, I am fully chosen. I lead from clarity. Or, I am wealth in human form. Breathe that phrase into your chest, gut, and throat. 10 times. Walk with the tone. Mantra. This emotion is the signature. The field obeys. Log. What physical shifts did you feel? What unexpected synchronicity showed up? Day 3. Energetic environment detox. Goal: remove anything from your environment that contradicts your code. Steps: clear your phone, apps, accounts, media. Physically remove one item from your room that holds old tone. Exit one chat, group, or thread that weakens your signal. Mantra: this space reflects my field. Nothing accidental remains. Log: what felt lighter after removal? What conversation or clarity followed? Day 4. Anchor installation. Goal: install a physical symbol that holds your current reality frequency. Steps: choose an object. Assign meaning. Touch it throughout the day. Use it to remind yourself, this is who I am now. Mantra: this object holds the code. Every time I see it, the field confirms. Log: describe the object. What coincidence followed that felt like confirmation? Day 5. Glitch interpretation. Goal: spot and correct a field misfire. Steps: watch for one strange or unaligned event. Pause before reacting. Say, this is a feedback loop, not an attack. Code corrected. Adjust your breath, tone, or posture. Mantra: glitches are refinement, not reversal. Log: what appeared off? How did your correction shift the situation? Day 6. Group field amplification. Goal: share your current frequency with someone who supports it. Steps: verbally state one timeline command to a friend. I now operate in full creative flow. Ask them to say, confirmed, timeline locked. Feel the tone anchor deeper through resonance. Mantra: I am not alone. Collective coding increases speed. Log: who did you involve? How did the resonance feel? What new opportunity emerged? Day 7. Sacred pause and observation. Goal: issue no commands. Speak minimally. Watch reality reflect back your current code. Steps: spend 3+ hours in silence, or as close as possible. Speak only when absolutely necessary. Observe reality like it's replying to you. Note what mirrors your inner tone. Mantra: my field is loud, even when my mouth is not. Log: what repeated? What aligned or shifted? What subtle confirmation appeared? You've now run your system live. You've spoken like a coder. You've held tone like a transmitter. You've written reality like an architect. And now, you're ready for the final message. Next, we close with the final synthesis, not a summary but a declaration. You are now the living code. You are now the syntax the universe responds to. This isn't a summary. It's not a review. It's a declaration. You've now transcended the student mindset. You've moved from seeker to speaker, from practitioner to transmitter, from one who hopes to one who codes. This chapter doesn't teach new syntax. Confirms one thing: you are now the syntax. Everything you say and everything you don't communicates with the quantum. Not because of belief, not because of ritual, but because your field is fluent. Let's begin by solidifying your new identity. You are a living transmission. You don't issue commands now. You are the command. You walk into rooms and alter timelines. You breathe and shift probability. You think and geometry arranges. This isn't theoretical. It's biological, energetic, symbolic, structural. Because your cells, your tone, your thoughts, and your silence now operate in dimensional syntax. This is who you are. And now that you've become the code, your responsibility changes. Let's define what that means. The responsibility of living as syntax. When you speak, people feel the architecture of your thought. When you pause, timelines hold their breath. When you issue intention, universes bend to meet it. This level of power is not louder. It's cleaner. Your calibration sets the grid. In business, you are the field stabilizer. In family, you are the frequency holder. In your body, you are the command anchor. There is no part of life untouched now. Even your stillness speaks. Your new operating rules. 1. Tone over explanation. You don't need to justify decisions. If your tone is clear, the field complies. 2. Command without attachment. You speak the command, then release it completely. The universe executes. You simply watch. 3. Clarity in emotion. No more pretending. If anger rises, name it, clean it, and recode. If grief visits, hold it, extract the syntax, and reissue signal. All feelings now serve command architecture. 4. Environmental precision. Your space, phone, relationships, and food are not lifestyle choices. They're syntax echoes. You maintain them with clarity, or they will decay your code. 5. Stillness is not laziness. Silence is now one of your most powerful commands. You pause not from confusion, but as a sacred signal of field completion. These are not tips. They're your new system defaults. And now let's solidify your command posture. Command posture, the embodied signal. A dimensional syntax speaker holds their body with shoulders relaxed, not slouched, gaze steady, not intense, voice slow, not hesitant, movement intentional, not rigid. This communicates to the quantum. This vessel carries clarity. Field, respond accordingly. Every time you move, reality listens. Every time you speak, particles rearrange. This is not esoteric. It's observable. You'll see it as you already have. So now you become the stable presence in every field. Let's define what that looks like in action. In conversation, you don't get pulled into confusion loops. You don't argue over nonsense. You don't try to convince or prove. Instead, you issue tone. I hear that. I choose this. That isn't my script. This conversation doesn't match my field. You use energetic precision, not volume. You walk away without story. You say no without fear. Your tone becomes leadership, without asking anyone to follow. In chaos, when others panic, you pause. When glitch appears, you smile. When misfire occurs, you speak correction. You say, timeline disruption noted. Signal realigned. You don't react. You refine. Reality reads your breath pattern, your eyes, your silence, and obeys your signal. In creation, you no longer ask, how do I make this happen? Will this work? What if I'm not ready? You say, this is encoded. Field, initiate. And you hold that command with no begging, no vibration testing, no mental rehearsals. Just pure directive tone. Your creations move faster now, not because of force, but because you've removed static. You are the clean signal. The field loves clarity. And clarity is now your frequency default. Let's install your final codes. Final syntax installations. Speak each of these aloud. I am now fluent in the language the universe speaks. My thoughts are architecture. My emotions are fuel. My symbols are command lines. Every breath I take stabilizes a timeline. Every conversation I enter rearranges reality. Every outcome reflects the syntax I've chosen. I need nothing to become more, because I already speak the field's native language. This is permanent. Let that last phrase land. This is permanent. Not because you'll never fluctuate, but because you'll never again forget who you are. You can wobble without collapsing. You can glitch without regressing. You can pause without panic. Because your system is now built on tone, not turmoil. So here's what happens next. You walk. You breathe. You speak. And everything around you reacts, responds, reorders. Not because you pushed, but because you now walk as syntax. And the field always answers fluency. You are not a student of the code. You are the code.